In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son. Take the archer now and hang him, Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. And that's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Hello, everyone. Hello, Zoshalix. You'll have to ask Jazz Dog about his inspirations. Hello, Comrade Girl 2018. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, Mithril. Hello, A Cab Includes Tone Police. Hello, B Parker. Hello, Erica. Hello, Chillin' Millins. Hello, Irish Witch Hazel. Hello, Big Bad Otterdwolf. Hello, Salty Turtle Cupcake. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Paladin Lost. I didn't get that set up. I also didn't get my mic set up correctly. Let me fix that real quick. You guys are gonna be complaining about how quiet I am, so I might as well fix it. I should be sufficiently loud by now. Am I correct? Have I fixed the issue? Hello. Oh no, does she not look at YouTube chat? Oh, Fuzzy Buzzy, I look at all the chats. I am omniscient. I see every prayer directed in my direction. Hello, everyone. How we doing? There we go. I was looking for this.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Someone had a question for me. They were wondering if the Riverboat Jack song was inspired by Persona 3. Hello, Fuzzy Buzzy. Hello. How we doing, Simric? Hello, Zach Fletcher. It's been too long, and by that I mean a few hours. You know it. Hello, Greaves Underground. Have you ever considered grieving above ground? Hello. How we doing, Ginger? How we doing? How we doing, everybody? Hello, Death Died Today. Hello, Quantum Mechanic. Hello, Inhumane Society USA. I also love the gays. Hello, how we doing? Halo Thane Space Dust. Hello, Profane Priestess. Hello, Sorry You're Blue. Hello, Forlorn79. Hello, Jess. Hello, King Kerplunk. Ahoy, even. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Jack Cooking Stream. Homemade dill burrito challenge. Do you guys have any idea how fucked that burrito would be, though? If I were to try and make it the way that they, like, I imagine they did, I would buy the chemical ingredients, measure them out, put them into like a burrito tortilla, and then like do some shitty ass meat and cheese situation. Actually, no meats, because there's no meat in the dill burrito. How fucked would that dill dog burrito be? Melted cottage cheese? I don't know if I would stick with the melted cottage cheese if it's supposed to be a vegetarian. Maybe I would go with something else. Please don't, unless you're not going to eat it. I mean, I might do it for the content. You know? I always get a Knuckles level music from Sonic Adventure 2 vibe from the Riverboat Jack song. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, admin, the burrito from the Dilbert guy. It's called the Dill Burrito. My hair looks very shiny and pretty. Thank you, chat. Appreciate it. Whew. Jack in the full yellow coat cooking up some Dilbert Blue. Oh, is this a Breaking Bad reference? Because I haven't seen Breaking Bad. Hello, Travis T. Cheese is fine with vegetarian, just not... Well, yes, I know cheese is fine. I just don't know if I would use that cheese if I'm going vegetarian. Does that make sense? There are many different cheeses. Did you re-dye it? Yes, I had my hair cut for the first time in ages today. Next challenge, dill burritos and milk stout. We donate based on how long before the bathroom run happens. Fuck. Oh god. So I've had a day, everybody. I've had a bit of a day. I got my hair done, which was nice. But my haircut person is moving to Seattle. You damn West Coast gays, you've got another one, damn you. Also, after that, I went to therapy, and it was really hard. It turns out doing therapy is hard, chat. Sometimes it's easier than other days, but it's not. Sometimes it's difficult. So I'm dealing with that. Also, surprise everybody, they started building my studio today, which great news. We might have it done shortly after I move in, which is fantastic. Wonderful. All right, super great. However, when they were tearing down a wall between the two rooms, we realized a horrible secret. And that is that for whatever godforsaken reason, one of the rooms is a full 2 inches lower than the other room. They both concrete floors. No idea why. And so we have to figure out how to deal with that. And that sucks. Because it seems like the cheapest and best option available to us is to have these contractors put in a new floor for the room that is 2 inches lower, and then do it over with laminate flooring. Why is the room like that? It's an old place. That's why. So yeah, that's not great. Y'all bought a house? Fuck no, we did not. But we are in a house. Does that make sense? No, it's like an old house. So like these are like coal chute rooms. So one of the coal chute rooms have newer concrete, presumably because the floor after years of coal being dumped down the chute was damaged, and so they replaced it with concrete, but that put it a full 2 inches higher than the room next to it, and we had no idea that that was the case. So anyway, fun stuff. If any of you can drop subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc., this stream in particular would be very appreciated, because the bill for the studio renovation just went up by like $2,000 to $3,000. Yay! Huzzah! One, two, three, 4, 5. Why is one room being higher a problem? Because we're making those 2 storage rooms into 1 studio room. Whew. Sounds about right for a platform to make them match. Yep. Whew. All right. Buy a high-rise apartment and get one of those awesome concrete pump trucks to deliver you to the 12th floor. Concrete pump. Let's see.
This should get you a bag of cement to help with that room nodders.
Yo, Two Dad Smoochin', thank you for the $5 dono. Just what Two Dad Smoochin' would do. They would get you a bag of cement. Andrew S., thank you for the $10 super chat.
We are living in crazy times. Never thought I would see Mike from PA cover the Shuho/Iron Mouse situation.
Oh God. I am only vaguely aware of all of that, and I can't add that to my plate, so I'm glad other people are talking about it. A very well-off friend of mine bought a house on an island in a river. The kitchen was 4 feet below the water table, and every winter would flood. Not picked up by the pre-sale surveyor. Oh my God, what?
Throw another bag on the pile.
Penny Auntie, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate that. Guys, thank you for sending all these bags of cement to me. It's like you guys are getting me cement shoes.
Another bag of cement coming your way.
But in a more wholesome way. Is there a van down by the river? I mean... No cement shoes, cement floors only. Yeah, there we go.
This is for some nails. This will help you attach glass to the walls. I know construction.
I'm sure glass has a place in some walls, you know, like windows and such. Thank you for the $5 dono, trains and bullshit. I do appreciate it, guys, because the math for the studio, and now it's not exactly like oh, we just won't do that now, because like the wall is fucking destroyed. So anyway, I will carry on. I will continue making content. We're scrapping a vacation in part because we have so much to do around this move, and in part because I just cannot physically stand to do more things. We scrapped the road trip, let's put it that way. And you know, I appreciate you guys helping out. It really does fucking help. So thank you so much. Mackenzie L writes, given how overwhelmingly nervous Trump is about this, do you think he goes deeper? This goes deeper than we even think and could destroy everyone in MAGA. I mean, it's not going to destroy everyone in MAGA, but there's something I wanted to bring up here that I found really interesting that I think indicates that, again, this is going to go deep if those Epstein files ever come out, which Who knows whether or not they will? It's gonna cut down at to quote what is it, Nancy Pelosi's niece. It's gonna hit some of our faves. And it's gonna hit some of our not faves too. It's gonna
Here
hit
is
a
money
lot of
for
people.
1 2 times 4.
Did I see the CNN videos? I saw the CNN photos. We're gonna be talking about that. Greaves Underground, thank you for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it. Now I can be like Ben Shapiro with my 1 2x4.
Fat Tony here.
Yo!
Working in construction and waste management, we've always got concrete. We've got a few bags left over from our last project, and it's better to give them to you than the feds.
Wow, that's so
BWA.
that's so kind of you, Fat Tony. Hey, these concrete bags are a lot heavier than the other bags I've been getting from people. But you know, I'm not gonna ask questions. One of them moved a little bit, but you know, that's just how cement works, I assume. I'm so mad. I should have made a joke about galvanized square steel. God. Do we have a new character now? Fat Tony? Yeah. Let's see here. Yeah, I think it's good if I think everyone implicated in the Epstein documents should go down, and we should reckon with that, you know? I think that that's actually a good thing, but understand that the reason I bring it up is because there is reason for other people in MAGA to protect the folks who might be implicated, because then they can get favors, you know? I feel that's a one-off. I might bring Dr. Johann van der ETAL in the future. Oh god, that was so dumb. That was so dumb. All right. Speaking of dumb, let's jump into this, shall we? We're gonna talk about Epstein stuff. Also, Paladin.
Do you want to tank? Do you want to fight? Do you want a class that'll instill fright? Take up some plate and keep the goblins in sight, because you want to make sure they eat this paladin smite! Fuck you, gods. If you want me to play your game of ethics, you can kiss my shiny plate mail. Alright, fine. Wait a minute, what the hell is that noise?
Hell yeah! Alright. Folks, it's time to jump into our first segment. Let's go. You guys ready? I'm ready. Yo, Trains and Bullshit, thank you for the $5 dono.
Big Randy here.
Oh, sorry, Big
I have
Randy.
this cement left over from the last job I did for Tony's mom.
Big Randy, thank you very much for the $5 dono. And the bag of cement. So, folks, there's this guy named Jeffrey Epstein, a disgraced financier, if you read the papers. If you don't read the papers, he's one of the most reviled child sex traffickers of our age, and he's awful and terrible. And also, if you read a lot of the coverage of what went on in that is public, you will also know this is a man who is prone to recording almost every aspect of his life. There are accounts of women who were allowed to see essentially like a control room where he had cameras placed throughout his house. There's a lot of gross stuff, going on in the Jeffrey Epstein story. However, one of those things is essentially that, well, he recorded all that information. The FBI now has all of that information, and the Trump administration is saying that it's all a hoax, or that they have hundreds of thousands of documents.
I
who to
have never
believe?
personally met this Epstein guy, but I have heard from trusted sources that he's a great guy to hang with.
No! Knifeus Duck, thank you for the $5 dono. But, yeah, I on the one hand, one day, the Attorney General of the United States of America, one of the most powerful people in the country, says that she has all the files on her desk. The FBI was put on like 24-hour round-the-clock analysis duties for half a month back in March to pour through over 100,000 documents to compile a list of people who might be associated with this. People who did this work assumed that it was to make it public. And interestingly, according to some sources, they were deliberately and directly instructed to flag any mention of Donald Trump in those files. So that's interesting, to say the least. But let's check in with the people, the on-the-ground reporters who really have a finger on the pulse of America and where we are with this Jeffrey Epstein stuff. I give you the Patrick Bet-David podcast.
Okay. Tell me who hates Trump the most. The last 10 years, since 2016. Can you...
Oh, what's that? It's the Patrick Bet-David crew and Sean Hannity, the president's current best friend.
Tell me who hates Trump the most.
That's a long list.
By the way, that's a long list.
No, but I want you to go who was close ally, who hates him the most.
You're going to play Nancy Pelosi.
No, I'm not going to play Nancy Pelosi.
That's a good clip.
I'm not going to play Pelosi. You're not going to be able to...
Financier? How's he doing? Wait, he died? How is Maxwell taking it?
That's a bit, right? Like a comedian did that bit. It's not Bill Burr. Was it Norm Macdonald? Did Norm Macdonald do that bit? Oh no, Conan O'Brien. Oh, God damn it.
Guess
His
what
old
I'm gonna
fixer,
play.
Michael Cohen.
Okay, Rob, play this clip. Watch this here. Okay.
What can you speak about your time with Donald Trump as it relates to Jeffrey Epstein, if at all?
So actually, I fell into Trump's orbit around 2005, but I became part of the Trump organization as the executive vice president and special counsel in 2007.
That's really fun timing there, because a lot of sources put the peak of the Epstein-Trump friendship from the mid 90s to 2006. So that's interesting.
From the time that I started to the time that I finished in 2018, I actually never heard him mention Jeffrey Epstein at all.
When you understand...
Little Anthony here. Everyone else has been giving out cement, but I gotta make sure the lady has money for a pizza break. Ain't I right?
Little Anthony, thank you for the $5 super chat. It will be used for pizza. Thank you. So Michael Cohen is a lawyer. In fact, he was Donald Trump's lawyer for many years. And I just have to throw out there that is maybe one of the most suspiciously lawyer-pilled answers to a question I have ever heard in my life. Listen to how he lays it out real quick.
At 18, the time that I was president around 2005, but I became part of the Trump organization as the executive vice president and special counsel in 2007.
So from 2007 to 2018.
I remember the last time I hung out with Jeffrey Epstein. He was so funny. He laughed, I laughed, the disabled cameras laughed. It was a great 3 minutes.
Paladin, thank you for the $5 dono. God damn, that was good. But, I joined in 2007, and from 2007 to 2018...
From the time that I started to the time that I finished in 2018...
That is a very specific window of time, and it's real interesting that you don't talk about what you may have heard prior to your official time at the Trump organization. That's a very specific answer.
I actually never heard him mention Jeffrey Epstein at all. I never saw Jeffrey Epstein in the office when I was one of the 10,000 hours in Trump's office doing work with him. I never heard Jeffrey Epstein on the phone or even call into the office. There was no relationship from the time that I started at the org to the time that I left.
And so how do you then, when you kind of look at what is transpiring now and the way he's handling it, what do you make of the way?
Also, why would Jeffrey Epstein call into the office? I'm sorry, let's just pause and think about this for a second. Why would Jeffrey Epstein call into the Trump offices? Why would he not just call Donald Trump directly? This is, again, very specifically worded. Yeah, like, it's oddly specific.
He's handling it. The reason why this scandal, if you will, this controversy, this individual has captivated so much attention and raised a lot of serious, legitimate questions.
Sure, because that's what they campaigned on. That's what he sold to his MAGA base. He was going to release the Epstein files. He was going to release the Martin Luther King files. He was going to release the John F. Kennedy files. He chose not to. It's a mistake. He should have just released the full file, because by not doing that, all it does is create these conspiracy theories. Oh, he must be guilty of something.
See, this is the part. Michael.
I also just want to throw out there that there's a non-0% possibility that the president's personal lawyer, or the guy who was connected enough to him to become his personal lawyer, would be someone who would also have an affinity for his client's predilections, let's say. All right, that's one of my possible reads on this. But let's see the true top tier talents here, the PBD boys, come down on this.
Cohen, Vinny, like, you tell me why Michael Cohen, who on any chance he's gotten to lie to destroy him, he's done it. That this probably, for him, as weird as it sounds, he has the most credibility on this topic the last 20 years to say what I know this sounds very weird.
Because he's been around him.
He has zero credibility.
But you know what I mean on credibility
but I
with this?
understand what you're saying. He would be the last person you would
He
expect.
would be the last person to defend.
Of course.
This is an easy slam dunk for you to say, well, you know, there was that one time I was sitting next door and he picked up a call and he made some jokes about underage and I felt very uncomfortable. Yeah. And I asked him, who were you talking to? Some my boy Jeffrey. And I had to walk it because that was the one thing that drew. Yeah. Even Bill Gates' wife said, Melinda, hey, what made me most uncomfortable with Bill Gates was who? Was a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. So you mean to tell me this guy who hates Trump that much is going to defend him? It's a little weird.
But my question is,
again, it's a little weird unless he's also implicated. Like, again, we know that this list cuts across both parties. It's not at all odd to me if the personal lawyer for Donald Trump was involved in this somehow. And honestly, it might not even be that Michael Cohen was involved in, like, the sexual abuse. It might be that Michael Cohen was involved in drafting up, like, ways to get around law regarding, like, Jeffrey Epstein's finances. It might actually be like he was involved in the material enrichment of Jeffrey Epstein via dubious means, right? Like, there are a lot of different ways one can actually explain this and talk about this and formulate this in a way that makes sense. And I don't find it that insurmountable of a question.
Is this though, guys? So it's undeniable what he was doing. He was recording. It was a blackmail operation.
He being Epstein.
Yeah. When Alex Acosta, Sean said, you know, he worked.
Alex Acosta, the Secretary of Labor under Donald Trump. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
For intelligence. Could have been Mossad. Could have been ours. Could have been a group of people. Our thing is Pam Bondi, Bongino, Patel, that they were screaming from the rooftops. This is what, if I'm in and I'm leading up to their assignments. Then once they're in, Sean, we feel like somebody told them, hey, shh, shut up. Just like when he was arrested in Florida with that sweetheart deal you were talking about, Alex Acosta, whoever was in charge, You gave him a 12-hour. All he had to do was be there for 12 hours. So he slept at the prison. The door was open. He only had to sleep there one night. Who gives a convicted pedophile that type of access? But then when you go back, why is Epstein visiting the White House 17 times? And then Mark Middleton, Sean, who was his close aide and advisor, that guy signs him on 7 times. And then that guy suicides himself hanging from a tree with the extension cord, shotgun to the chest, no shotgun found. It's just all this stuff. All we want, Sean, as the supporters, and I get it. Trump's not on it.
I genuinely, like, I have no idea what Vinny is talking about. I have no idea what he's talking about. When Vinny talks, I just kind of like my eyes glaze over, and it's just angry noises. It's like the angry version of the teacher from Peanuts.
Put that aside. But the people that were on those tapes, Sean, those terabytes of information, we want I know the real MAGA. We want accountability for those pieces of those demons who destroyed these kids' lives, Sean. Who these kids, by the way, I say this too. I talked to Tom about this the other day. What do you think they did with some of these girls or underage boys that were with these high-profile guys that saw their faces? You think they just let them go back into society? No, they're gone forever. We've lost 300,000 kids at our border. Thank God Trump said that they found, 10,000?
Yeah, we're really going to trust the word of the guy who was Jeffrey Epstein's best friend when it comes to missing children? Are you nuts? Like, listen to yourself, man. Yeah, this guy that is highly implicated in these documents about child sex trafficking, yeah, I believe him when it comes to finding missing children.
What about the 290,000 that are gone? Gone, and nobody cares about them. So we have to keep talking about it. I don't think Trump's implicated, but come on. Well, I don't want to see any child porn, but you guys are seeing it.
This guy's not okay. The creatine is destroying his brain.
FBI, arrest those people. Arrest them. You see them. Why do you have cameras in every room? Whistleblower said every room, Sean.
God, he's so vascular. Look at him. Look at him. He's not okay.
You see that?
I'm like, look at his neck. Look at the veins bulging in his face. You're not okay, man. Take some like, I don't know, heart pills.
Why do you have cameras in every room? Whistleblower said every room, Sean. Everywhere you went, you were on camera. Who was he recording it for? And where's the footage?
I had one source tell me. Take it for what it's worth. Yep. I'm trying to piece this together as you are. That there were none of those tapes existed. Those tapes you just referred to. Now, as it relates to
I had, some rando told me that the tapes didn't exist, despite the fact that the FBI says they exist, despite the fact that Pam Bondi says they exist. Okay, like, if we accept that that's true, then we have to really ask the question, why are officials lying about it from the ground all the way up to the tippy top over something that doesn't exist? Like, come on, man. We're not dumb.
Costa in his comment about the intelligence community. What intelligence community? We need more details. So to me, I have more questions than answers. I want the answers like you do. I don't think there's anything more repugnant. Bible even says as much than to harm a child.
Matthew 8, chapter 8, verse 6.
Bingo. Wow, I'm impressed.
Yeah, I learned from this guy over here.
There's nothing more offensive to me, and I don't think anything more offensive to God if you believe in the Bible as I do.
Just throwing it out there, most people agree that sexually assaulting a child is bad. And I think most people can agree with that, even if the Bible doesn't say anything about it. Like, if the Bible didn't say anything about, like, harming children, like, sends you to hell or whatever, I think we would still all fundamentally agree it's bad to rape kids. I just want to throw that out there, because these people genuinely are the kinds of people who also argue that, like, if you're an atheist, you have no moral compass.
And I want the answers to the questions. Now, I'm just maybe a little bit more willing to give it more time. I want more.
Now, I'm just more willing to believe that this guy, who has every reason in the world to try and hide his lifelong friendship with Jeffrey Epstein, I'm willing to give him a few more months, maybe a few years, hell, maybe a decade. We'll give him a decade to get all this information sorted to us the right way.
Information. I want it all revealed. Now, let's see, for example, Pam Bondi's trying to get the grand jury testimony. Dershowitz, who's a friend of mine, and
Yeah, you know, this Dershowitz guy, he seems really trustworthy. He seems like a really trustworthy guy. Anyway, oh, what's this from just a couple days ago? Alan Dershowitz also said the convicted sex trafficker should be granted immunity to speak about her relationship with Epstein, i.e., the Justice Department should grant Ghislaine Maxwell, again, the most prolific sex trafficker that we currently know of right now, who is alive, should be granted immunity so that she can talk about these things. That's nuts, dog.
Kinda sounds like this should be an easy vote if they all agree that hurting kids is bad, right? Right?
I mean, also, you know, I'm just throwing this out there. I'm just throwing this out there, okay? This is an article from 2018 about, what is that? Alan Dershowitz, who's a friend of Sean Hannity's, apparently. Oh, that's so weird. From 2018, Alan Dershowitz says he's still advising Jeffrey Epstein. Wow, that's crazy. That's so bizarre. Are you kidding me? Like, dog. This is Axios. Alan Dershowitz still provides legal advice to serial pedophile Jeffrey Epstein, he confirmed to Axios. He's called me a couple of times about legal issues because I'm still technically his lawyer. Oh, God. It's nuts. You know, how do you advise a dead man? Well, he wasn't dead in 2018. At least at that time in 2018.
man, he got caught up in this for a while, and he was so adamant he was going to sue everybody. He's like, and Dershowitz, his entire career has represented controversial figures like OJ, and in the case of Epstein, I also know David Schoen. He was friends with Epstein in the final years of his life. I interviewed him, asked what he knew about it, and I want the answers like everybody else does.
I want the answers like everyone else.
Nurse. Grandpa Sean got out of his room again and started podcasting again.
Oh, God. Hey, just real quick, here's a local news report from about 6 years ago about Alan Dershowitz.
I just wish to reiterate and to reaffirm the statements which have already been made on my behalf by Buckingham Palace.
Britain's Prince Andrew speaking out for the first time today to deny accusations that he had sex with an underage girl, allegedly being kept as a sex slave. That young woman also claims she was forced to have sex with high-profile defense attorney and Miami Beach resident Alan Dershowitz, who also denies those accusations. Local 10 News investigator Bob Norman spoke with Dershowitz today.
She's an admitted prostitute. She's a serial liar.
Attorney Alan Dershowitz today lashed out at his accuser, Virginia Roberts, who swore in a new affidavit that he had sex with her while she was an underage, quote, sex slave of wealthy Palm Beach financier Jeffrey Epstein.
She's lied, 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 lied.
But she wasn't lying about being sexually abused by Jeffrey Epstein as a minor, correct?
That is between her and Jeffrey Epstein.
Robert's one of dozens of underage girls allegedly recruited by convicted sex offender Epstein.
She might have been a sex slave to him, but like still a prostitute, bro.
Also released new photos, including this one she says was taken by Epstein when she was about 15. In the new affidavit, she claims Dershowitz had sex with her 6 times at Epstein's residences, as well as on his jet and private island, and swore to seeming new details regarding alleged sex with Prince Andrew at Epstein's order when she was 17. The two are photographed here in London.
I can tell you she is still a prostitute. She is selling false stories now for money about me.
Do you have any concern calling her a prostitute when she was victimized at such a young age by this wealthy man?
She was not victimized. She made her own decisions in life.
But at the age of 15,
She wasn't victimized about a 15-year-old girl being sex trafficked. Understand, whenever anyone's like, yes, my close friend, Alan Dershowitz, I think back to this. I think back to this type of interviews, right? Like, this is not alone, right? This is not like, this isn't like the only time Alan Dershowitz has done stuff like this. Yes, he's a freak. That's true. But understand, like, Sean Hannity comes on to defend Donald Trump, and he's like, oh, no, Alan Dershowitz, a close friend of mine. And they never talk about how all of these people are related, how Alan Dershowitz is Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer, dog. They never talk about the other connections that exist here. Hey, guys, you want to know another crazy connection? Hey, do any of you guys know who this is? I'm just going to throw this up on screen. Any of you? Oh, God. Click the wrong button. Who knows who this is? Who is this man? Name him. Who is this man? This is your challenge round, everybody. Lutnick, that's right. This man is named Howard Lutnick. And guess what, everybody? He's currently, believe it or not, the Secretary of Commerce in the United States of America. That's wild. What if I told you he was Jeffrey Epstein's neighbor? Yep. Howard Lutnick's real estate ties to financier and child sex offender Jeffrey Epstein are once again drawing scrutiny, given the Commerce Secretary's apparent support for President Donald Trump's dismissal of what he described as the Epstein case. A 2019 investigation by Cranes found that Epstein, in addition to his infamous townhouse at 9 East 71st Street in Manhattan, also known as the Herbert N. Strauss House, had significant links to the adjacent property, with real estate records shown, which real estate records show is still owned by Lutnick. Crazy stuff. Like, I don't know, it is kind of weird how all of these guys who ran in Jeffrey Epstein's orbit, who knew Jeffrey Epstein, who call like Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer their best friend, who talk about, being Jeffrey Epstein's best friend for 15 years, wonderful guy. Jeffrey loves his social life, writing little incommunicado messages to one another about, another wonderful secret. It just seems kind of weird that all these people know each other and have collectively agreed to not post any information about this treasure trove of information that has been obtained by authorities and could be used to out maybe one of the largest ring of pedophiles in history. You know? And I mean, given that there was a lot of money involved in the sex trafficking and such, it's also not inconceivable that a lot of financial ties would be implicated by such information. So, very interesting stuff. Here, let's finish this clip about Alan Dershowitz.
Say that's a little young and that she was taken advantage of.
I'm talking about the age of 19. Look, that's between her and the federal government and the people that she claims victimized her.
Dershowitz is a longtime friend of Epstein's who represented him in the criminal underage sex case. Could you please?
I never saw a young underage woman.
She was 15 and forced into sex. There are multiple very demonetizable words for that, but I bet none of these clowns will use them.
Yep.
Yet Epstein's former butler swore under oath that Dershowitz was at Epstein's residences at the same time underage girls were there.
Were there young women in another part of the house giving massages when I wasn't around? I have no idea of that.
Dershowitz did say he once received a massage at Epstein's mansion, but from an adult woman.
I kept my underwear on during the massage. I don't like massages particularly.
Bob Norman, Local 10 News.
So there's an overwhelming amount of evidence that indicates that sex trafficking was going on at this private island. And you're trying to argue, oh, well, I kept my underwear on. And I don't know if you guys know this about underwear made for men oftentimes, but it has... well, it has a hole in it, chat, for genitalia. So, I don't know. I don't think that really lets him off the hook, and I think it's a very carefully selected wording in order to give the appearance of a certain degree of innocence. Yeah. 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 1 second, chat. I have to go use the bathroom. Sorry, unexpectedly. When I get back, we'll continue this segment.
You may be surprised the people in this country are getting organized. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. I'm gonna tell you workers, when you cash your checks, they say America first, but they mean America's next. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. People of every color marching side by side, marching across these fields where 1 million fascists died. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose. I'm going into battle, gonna take my Union gun, and I ain't gonna lay it down till every battle's won. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. This hatred cannot break us, but I'm learning quick. Our children won't be sold on your poison rhetoric. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. Here comes a big machine surrounding all your hate, forcing it to surrender. Now it's getting late. You're bound to lose, you fascists, bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. All you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose. You're bound to lose, you fascists bound to lose.
When the union's inspiration through the workers' blood shall run, there can be no power greater anywhere beneath the sun. Yet what force on earth is weaker than the feeble strength of one? But the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Is there aught we hold in common with the greedy parasite who would lash us into serfdom and would crush us with his might? Is there anything left to us but to organize and fight? For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong.
They say our day is over, they say our time is through. They say you need no union if your collar isn't blue. Well, that is just another lie the boss is telling you, for the union makes us strong.
Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They divide us by our color, they divide us by our tongue. They divide us men and women, they divide us old and young. But they'll tremble at our voices when they hear these verses sung. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. They have taken untold millions that they never toiled to earn. But without our brain and muscle, not a single wheel can turn. We can break their haughty power, gain our freedom when we learn that the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. In our hands is placed a power greater than their hoarded gold, greater than the might of armies magnified 1,000-fold. We can bring to birth a new world from the ashes of the old, for the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union makes us strong. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. Solidarity forever. For the union
You noble diggers all, stand up now, stand up now. You noble diggers all, stand up now. The wasteland to maintain, seen cavaliers by name. Your digging does maintain, and persons all defame. Stand up now, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes. Stand up now, stand up now. The cavaliers are foes. Stand up now. The cavaliers are foes. Themselves they do disclose by verses not in prose to please the singing boys. Stand up now, diggers all. The club is all their law. Stand up now, stand up now. The club is all their law. Stand up now. The club is all their law to keep poor men in awe. But they no vision saw to maintain such a law. Stand up now, diggers all.
Hello, everybody. How we doing, folks? How we doing? Singing along as best I can, as we all are. Hello! How we doing? Just a little intermission. You guys ready to hop back into it? You guys ready? I could do with a hug and a cookie. God, same. Holly Hoops, that's a new emote. Fantastisch. Nice. Profoundly depressed is how I am. Understandable. Got some news from Care Network about facial feminization surgery. Hell yeah. How are you, Jack? I owe like 2.5K more dollars than I did yesterday for the work being done on my studio. So I'm not doing great. But y'all are helping me out, so that helps a lot. What is it we're hopping back into? We're hopping back into the Epstein stuff, folks. Your hair is full of luster. Thank you. I did a thing and watched some DS9. You were right, it's pretty good. Right? It only gets better with time. That guy? Yeah. I'm profoundly stoned? Hell yeah. We're in for the horrible ride regardless. All right. It's true. However, I will say, while all of this is horrible, right? The Epstein stuff has legs. It's now been in the news every day for 2 weeks. Over 2 weeks. It's been like 15 days. And one of the things that I find fascinating about this is that it's not going away. As much as like Donald Trump is like trying to throw out there like, oh, Obama, we're going to arrest Obama. Well, Hillary Clinton's emails. We're dropping the MLK files, even though his family doesn't want us to. Hey, look over there. I'm going to threaten to fire the head of the Fed. Haha. What if I talk about tariffs a little bit? Like, nothing has worked. Nothing has changed the fixation people have, especially his base have, with Jeffrey Epstein. And like, that's what makes this so interesting, right? Like, I'm not prone to conspiratorial thinking, right? But dude is trying to cover something up. I don't know what that is. But every single day that passes where he continues to like freak out about it, continues wild attempts at misdirection, every single day that passes, I am more convinced that he is up to no good. You know, this guy who's only known for being up to no good might actually be up to no good, even harder on this particular case. Okay? I mean, genuinely, I'm of two minds on this. I think he was involved in both parts of the Epstein stuff, the finances and the sexual abuse. And like, honestly, just from the publicly known accounts we have right now, that's pretty substantiated. So I don't know what else could be more damning than that they're trying to prevent from getting out there, but whatever it is, it's bad. Here, let's jump back into the PBD boys.
Hear what Dershowitz had to say?
I did hear what he said.
Dershowitz wrote an article, I think it was in the Wall Street Journal.
He talked about the grand jury testimony being where the mother lode would probably be.
Yeah, I mean...
Yeah, I wonder why Alan Dershowitz would talk about how grand jury testimony would be where the mother lode is, when literally every other expert on this indicates that that's not where you would have the mother lode, specifically because grand jury testimony is targeted towards the people who are being prosecuted, i.e., Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein. Like, those are the two people you would get more information on from a grand jury records. And that then would still leave a gigantic question mark over what the FBI had looked over, what Pam Bondi looked over. Like, what the hell do they have? He's so desperate to distract. It's crazy.
Whether you believe Dershowitz or now, that's on you. But I'll just sort of boil down his main 3 points.
It's also really crazy that none of these people point out, hey, Alan Dershowitz, that you mean Jeffrey Epstein's lawyer? Not one of them mentions it. Not one of them.
And, we live in a rush to judgment, trial by media, trial by social media society. So
Knitting Cult Lady talked about how cult leaders can do a lot, but they cannot compromise the cult's mission. The Epstein files were the mission.
I mean, they're basically the crystallized synthesis of like the entire ethos of Drain the Swamp. If you cannot drain the swamp, like being unable to drain the swamp and not releasing the Epstein files are the same thing. It just indicates that the current Trump administration is hopelessly corrupt.
Respect for you for waiting until actual evidence comes out.
And I will say, I do think that this is an important wedge issue, specifically because it prepares the Trump base for the recognition that what is coming down the pipeline in this budget bill is going to destroy them.
Tired of all the winning yet?
Not yet, Arthur. But I think they're going to get there, right? Like, this issue splits the Republican base, a sizable chunk of the Republican base, and that preps them to understand the coming pain in a light that might divide them wholly away from Donald Trump and the cult mentality, which I think is a huge win just on the basis of, hey, do you want to stop an authoritarian from taking power in this country? Like, it's a huge win just on that field alone. But I think there are many other downstream effects of this. Grand jury process is only providing enough evidence to show that there's enough reason for a criminal trial. It's not at all a full recounting of evidence available. Just shows the charges are reasonable for trial. And again, if you take the government at their word here, they already have the files in their possession. They don't need to get those files from a grand jury. It's just a bullshit misdirect.
Versus rushing for judgment. Here's what Dershowitz had to say.
Epstein's lawyer, Alan Dershowitz.
Number one, there was no client list. The list that you speak of was the victims list. People hear list.
By the way,
list. They freak out.
I love this defense. There's not a list, okay? It's we put it in many different forms. PowerPoint presentation, note cards, an Excel spreadsheet. We used many different forms to show who was perpetrating the crimes, but there was never a list. Come on, man. Come on. Even if there's not a list specified in the Epstein materials, you know damn well that people are expecting the government to comb through those materials and make a goddamn list of the victimizers. Not a list of the victims, a list of the victimizers, the people who did the crimes. Presumably, that's what the entire Justice Department has been trying to do under Donald Trump, unless, it was all a lie. It's crazy.
4 sources, not one.
He's been pretty successful at flooding the zone when it comes to most political issues. I don't think flooding the zone works on this particular one. Epstein is too sticky.
1, not 2, not 3,
not 4, not 5. We're
4
winning championships
that
here.
say the same thing.
Well, and Carry On Coyote, they don't even care about the victims, because the victims are all out here being like, yeah, release the Epstein files. hey, yeah, we've already been through the shit. Release the files. Bring us some justice.
That's why I said everybody rushes in with their commentary, and I'm like,
of course,
I'm going to wait.
He also said the 2 other things. Number 1, the tapes you speak of were public tapes.
Yeah.
Like, we have videotapes here, all in Valuetainment, everywhere you go. There's cameras all over here, but there's not cameras necessarily in PBD's office or in PBD's bathroom. I don't know. This is what Dershowitz has to say. I don't know. I don't know.
Cameras in the bathroom.
Yeah. Number 3, and this is the one that's going to freak people out, that there was actually no actual ties to intelligence agencies, whether it's.
I'm sorry. There's witness testimony that he recorded these women.
Is your person implicated on the Epstein list? As my next go-to when playing the hit board game Guess Who?
Damn. Thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it. God. Also, I forget if I said thank you, but Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Here we go.
Assad with a CA. I don't know. This was his attorney. He understands.
Oh, wait. We're only like 5 minutes into the segment. You're telling me Alan Dershowitz is the Jeffrey Epstein's attorney? Huh. I wonder why Jeffrey Epstein's attorney, who definitely kept his underwear on during a massage while on Epstein Island, would have an incentive to lie about the list. I wonder.
The law.
I would love to hear my point.
Yes.
It's like these are all unanswered questions. Now, if there is a valid criticism, like I do believe.
Ah, yes. The Peanut Butter Doofus podcast. It'd be one thing if it was knowingly slop like Jerry Springer, but it's not, like Maury.
I have to ask, did the Maury show not understand it was slop? Did the Maury show think it was elevated Jerry Springer? Wait, I'm genuinely curious. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. It was slop. Well, yeah, but I don't know. They're all in the same bucket. I'm just wondering if it was slop with pretensions. I always assumed they all knew what they were. You want self-awareness from the Maury folks? I'm just wondering about the producers, whatever.
I believe they had a pile of an Epstein file.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they went through it. They just said they had it, and probably that created a.
What? That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard someone say. I'm sorry, what?
I do believe they had a pile of an Epstein file.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think they went through it. They just said they had it.
I'm sorry. You, Sean Hannity, one of the most watched anchors on Fox News. You're not anchors, but talking heads. You believe that the Trump government has had a giant Epstein file the entire time, and just no one read it. It was just so boring. No one looked at it. Come on, man. I don't think they went through it.
And probably that created a lot of hope in for people, and then that has now evolved into
Don't
suspicion.
you think that this was
his argument? No, his argument isn't even they ignored evidence. His argument is just, they had it and then they, they like forgot about it. It just wasn't that important, guys.
Pam Bondi's job that she completely butchered? Hear me out.
Yeah.
I think Kash Patel is an honest guy. I think Dan Bongino has the highest credibility.
Yeah, bros before hoes, man.
I actually believe Trump on this one. I don't think J.D. Vance has any clue what's going on in this. He wasn't around during any of this. Pam Bondi, she was a little known, attorney general in Florida, whatever
Right
she
after
was.
the Epstein thing in Florida.
Okay.
A little known attorney general of an entire state. She was a little known, very powerful legal force to millions of people.
Yeah.
I'm saying on the national scale.
She kicked ass in Florida.
Yes. I live in Florida. I've heard her name a bunch. On a national level, nobody heard of Pam Bondi. All of a sudden, she's catapulted to Attorney General of the United States, and she's an attractive woman. Hear me out. She sees herself on TV, national news, for the first time of her life.
I don't think
you're telling me that.
Oh my God. These guys suck so hard. She was just a little girl from the suburbs of Florida who worked her way up to being Attorney General of the entire state of Florida. But little did she know she was about to go on the road to Hollywood. And by Hollywood, of course, we mean Washington, D.C., the first stop for anyone who wants to go to Hollywood. Yeah, she was just a small town girl looking at a big city light and saying, "Gosh golly gee, it's finally my time to shine. Why, I could even break out into song." And then she did a musical number about her life and her story and how now she was going to lie about the Epstein files in order to gain the spotlight, and how surely that would never bring her down. And it ends with, "Nothing's gonna bring me down." That's the end of her musical number. Okay, that's... and then it just turned out that she was a naive girl from the countryside, barely able to put on her shoes. And this man has seen through her brilliant plot. Her very own Javert, but successful this time and handsome, with a ginormous dick. That's the play he's writing, by the way. Just so you know. Just so you know. Like, this guy's just like fabricating Pam Bondi's life story whole cloth. And it couldn't possibly be that Pam Bondi did Trump some favors that he quite liked, indicated that she was a loyalist, and then he elevated her on that premise because she was a yes man, like every single other person he's surrounded himself with. It's not complicated.
Champagne the 7 C's. And the 7 C's. And the 7 C's. Saluting face emoji. Shrimp emoji. Shrimp
Charlie.
emoji. Shrimp emoji.
Charlie Jidmere, thank you for the $5 super chat. Shimpin' together strong. Why you gotta fuck up Les Mis like that? Look, I've seen Les Mis. I've seen it. I've seen it. It's good. Nothing's gonna bring me down. Smash cut 6 months later, prison.
That a star doesn't look at the, oh my God. You know who believes me? Megyn Kelly, because she's exactly what she said. Your old friend Megyn Kelly. Is Megyn Kelly wrong?
No, I'm not going to sit here and say anyone's right or wrong. I'm just saying I haven't come to my conclusion. I respect everyone's opinion. This is success in media is not a zero-sum game. My success, my failure is not rooted in anyone else's success or failure. If they come to a conclusion based on their opinion, their gut, their instincts, or information they have that I don't have, I respect it. I listen to it, I absorb it, take it in, but I have to get to the point, like I did in all of those cases I mentioned to you where I ended up being right. I spent 3 years with an ensemble cast to get to the bottom of Russia collusion.
Yeah, I'm sure you were working really hard in the investigative journalism pits of Fox News. Like, I'm sure you were doing some real investigative reporting there. You hit the cocktail circuit hard, asking the tough questions like, "Can I get another olive?"
and we were unpeeling the layers of the onion, the lie. Look what it's now evolved into, right? It took 3 years of programming on radio and TV to get to that point. We were proven right. The corrupt legacy, state-run legacy media mob, they were wrong, but it happened slowly. It happened over time. We found out the Hillary Clinton bought and paid for dirty Russian dossier. Yeah, it was used as the basis of 4 FISA warrants. Hillary Clinton got a pass.
I love how this is about Jeffrey Epstein and Donald Trump. And this man is out here on a limb talking about Hillary goddamn Clinton in 2025. Come on.
When it came to top secret classified
Jazz
information. You know, if I have any bit of concern over this, is people.
I'm sorry. If you have any bit of concern over this, you're not concerned that the government had all of the evidence on the Epstein case, and in your estimation, just forgot about it, and now it's just gone somehow. Come on, man. No one's that stupid to believe that.
Are so focused on it, and they should be. I'm fine with that because I want to get the answers. I think we'll get a lot more if we get that grand jury testimony. That will be up to a judge. But here's the problem. Sunday was the 6-month mark of Trump's presidency, and what you played earlier from me and what I'm saying about it is so transformational and consequential. And he's taken on every big major issue in a way that no president that
Yeah, he's just so good at everything. Why are you all spending so much time talking about this Epstein stuff? You know, literally just talk about anything other than the Epstein stuff, really. I mean, look at all the things he's done. He's been so transformative and impactful, influential. Notice how they don't say he's improved people's lives.
Hillary was very, very bad. You shouldn't have to look that hard for dirt on how bad she was.
Yeah, like genuinely, like I don't know. We could talk about how the Clintons used prison labor as servants in their governor's mansion. We could talk about that. We can talk about how like the Clintons suck ass all day long. But interesting that Sean Hannity here is just running away. Also, Sakit Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I appreciate the support for the show. Thank you very much. What? Oh, yeah. You guys didn't know that? Yeah. One second. Just in case you guys didn't know, there's this piece in Current Affairs from like 2017 with a really interesting title to it by Nathan J. Robinson. The Clintons had slaves. So, yeah. It's basically about how there's a system of prison labor that allows you to get menial laborers out of prison for the day, and one of the jobs that they did is staff the maintenance of the governor's mansion while the Clintons were in office. Yep. Also, just very interestingly here, here I'll read this part here. But two possibly unexpected beneficiaries of the contemporary prison labor system were none other than Bill and Hillary Clinton, who during their time at the Arkansas governor's mansion in the 1980s used inmates to perform various household tasks in order to keep costs down. Hillary Clinton wrote of the practice openly and without any apparent sense of moral conflict. So, that's fun. That's cool. Clinton, however, was generous enough to allow inmates from Arkansas prisons to work as unpaid servants in the governor's mansion. Not even a pretense of being like paid a pittance for working there. Just they were straight up just prison slaves working at the governor's
My dad is
mansion.
too busy talking not to, my mom about LA, Kamala, and Alligator Land being a super new and high quality facility. I'm so afraid to speak out even with all the evidence.
Ugh, I'm sorry, Caracal. But thank you for the $10 super chat. I very, very much appreciate that. Hillary Clinton writes that the residence was staffed with, quote, African-American men in their 30s, unquote, since, quote, using prison labor at the governor's mansion was a long-standing tradition which kept down costs, unquote. So that's fun.
I can think of in 100 years is fundamentally shifting the country, I would argue, back to constitutional order and limited government, greater freedom. All of that's lost.
So I'll give you one thing to be thinking about. You're a sports guy.
Love
you love throwing the football at the end of your show, and so who was the team that almost had a perfect season, and at the end of it they lost because of a couple turnovers that they made, devastating. They could have gone undefeated the entire year. Would have been known as the greatest season any NFL team ever had.
Mm-hmm.
The Patriots,
Against
right?
the Giants, baby.
Right, against your Giants, right?
Yeah.
So what's the point? This is all I'm saying. All I'm saying is when you have a vision that big and you're working your ass off the way that you are and you're trying to juggle all these different projects at the same time, you have to talk to your leadership team. No more turnovers moving forward. Not at this level. This could have been prevented. This was a massive fumble that could have been prevented by the team.
I love that Patrick Bet-David is trying to portray the Epstein files situation as a massive bumble that could have been prevented by the team, when, like, dog, it's not a mistake. They're covering it up on purpose. Like, I don't understand these folks. Like, it's they're doing the things they're doing on purpose.
Because to Trump's credit, when Trump did that interview with Rachel Campos Duffy, and she asked, and she goes like this, so, Mr. President, you know which scene I'm talking about? She's like this, right? And she says, so are you going to release the John F. Kennedy? Yes. Are you going to release the Martin? Yes. 9/11? Yes. Not this one, Rob. Are you going to release the Epstein? Yes. I don't know, because, so even then, Trump didn't give a definite answer.
No. He said, because some people's names might be on there and they might not be
implicated. Credit, he's not.
I'm sorry. We've all seen that clip. We've all seen that clip. There is no way to interpret that as a guy who's like, people might just be making stuff up. I'm not going to release it. Like, dude suddenly gets scared. He's caught off guard and he starts blabbering. He starts going like, because things might be made up in there. Anything could be made up in there. You could find names you would never have expected to find in there. And it's very clear that he's like talking about himself, man. Like, it's not difficult.
Not ran on this.
True.
He's not ran on this. His team ran on this.
Great point.
Who selected the team? Who watched them go out day after day saying this shit and selected them for the team? Dan Bongino has been talking about the Epstein documents for a decade. Trump picked him anyway. You can't, this is on his team. No, it's on him, man. Because he wants to cover something up.
Great point. This is the scene right here. His team ran on this. And Rob, I don't know if you're going to, okay, is it right off the bat she says that? Yeah, right off the bat. Okay, play from the beginning.
Would you declassify the 9/11 files?
Yeah.
Would you declassify JFK files?
Yeah. I did a lot of it.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
Well,
I guess I would. I think that less so because, you don't know it. You don't want to affect people's lives if it's phony stuff in there because there's a lot of phony stuff with that whole world.
You can pause it right there. So to me, I
By the
get
way,
it.
That's revealing too, in my view.
Yeah. There's a lot of phony. You can't trust them. The phony documents, folks.
And when you're talking about, like, for example, you call somebody a racist, you're basically saying they're evil to me. There are certain things that you accuse people of that it will take them down hard. If in the files they have.
What do you mean? Take them down hard in your own estimation, in the eyes of the public? Like, what are you talking about? Because if accusations could get someone torn down, we'd see Donald Trump would not be president. There are countless accusations against that man. Like,
And this is, I think, the point that Trump was making when he brought up, remember who put these files together? 4 years, Biden Justice Department had all of it. Nobody even asked for them to release.
Hey, Hannity. Just out of curiosity, who was president when Jeffrey Epstein was convicted? Hey, chat. I can't remember. Who was president when Jeffrey Epstein was convicted? Who was president when Jeffrey Epstein's files were collected by the FBI? Oh, it was Donald J. Trump. That scamp, that scallywag. The idea that, they compiled the files. They compiled the files under Biden. Nah, dog. They compiled the files under Donald Trump. The first time around. Isn't it kind of weird that he had those files and all of that evidence on hand years ago and he didn't do shit with it? Isn't that kind of weird? Hey, if you're conservative, do you not think to yourself, hey, wait a minute. Why would he not have released that back when he was president the first time? Why is his administration right now claiming that they've released the unedited raw footage of the suicide when 3 minutes of it is inexplicably missing? I don't know. I don't put this down to this is the team fucking up, because these are not fuck ups. These are deliberate. Now, they're deliberate and they're messily done, meaning that they're done in a panic. They are done in a hurry. They are done because someone very powerful keeps telling people all the way down the chain of command, do this now. God, for the love of God, do this now.
That was some weird shit.
And, but yeah, Sean Hannity's just like, yeah, Biden had all the ducks, had them all lined up in a row. And I can tell you one thing. Joe Biden is an old school man in the sense that he has an old fashioned sense of loyalty and sense of decorum for past presidents. And I can very easily see how a man like that would not want to release the Epstein files, because a lot of powerful people, his friends included, were going to be implicated. And I can understand his reticence to release that if that is the case, right? I don't agree with it. I think you should release it, whatever. But I do think that Joe Biden is kind of an evil old man. And so it doesn't surprise me that he wouldn't do that.
It was never an issue. And you could say, okay, well, Trump kind of half said he would release it, but then said maybe not because... because there might be innocent names in there. But then you look at the people that put it together, maybe when they got to the bottom of it, and we'll find out, I think, over time. Maybe I'm just a little more patient than your average person. But maybe there are innocent people. Maybe there are allegations in there. By the way,
look, sure, he killed himself almost 10 years ago, but you know, like I'm willing to wait a few more years for those files to come out. Are you kidding me? It's so weird. It's so weird. It's a fundamental promise of like the Trump administration. Like, oh yeah, I'll wait more years. Like, what are you doing, man?
You're a pedophile. Okay, you're on the list. Now you have to defend yourself, but you're not a pedophile. What happens to that person's life? Falsely accused.
Well, you know, funny that you mentioned that, because the accusation would need to be made on the basis of like days, times that they were there. There would have to be like evidence placing them there. They would have to be without an alibi for where they were at that particular point in time. And, you know, it's almost kind of like, you know, if you just accuse a random person of being on Jeffrey Epstein's island, they're going to have people that they know who are like, no, Chad wasn't on Epstein's island. He was out here in the cornfield, you know, plowing. He was plowing in the cornfield. I saw him over there plowing the corn. You know, Chad's a good egg. We make moonshine together. We're gay. And we love each other very much. He would never be on Epstein's island. You know, you have like this entire situation where like people have these things called alibis.
I've seen that a lot in my
Many
life too.
times, to a lot of guys.
I saw when I met with those kids from Duke Lacrosse, I actually drove out to their house, and this is why I ended up being right and everybody else was wrong. There were nearly
a cornfield, the perfect alibi.
Nearly 100 professors at Duke jumped on the bandwagon. They wanted these.
What? Moonshine's great. Why are you thinking I'm dissing on moonshine? I've had moonshine before. It's awesome.
Kids taken down. Those kids' lives are never going to be the same. Richard.
Sean Hannity. I could wait a few more years. Say January 2029 or so. Nothing special about that date. Just a random one that came to mind.
Yeah, maybe like January 21st, 2029 might be a good day to talk about it more. Also, the way that like people like Hannity talk about this, like, oh, but the children, like those children are never going to be the same again. They're never going to be the same. And like, yeah, but also the abuse happened like 30, 40 years ago at this point. Those people are adults now. And oddly enough, of the dozen or so Epstein victims that we know of publicly, conservatives tend to shit all over them and not give a single goddamn what they have to say. So strange.
Jules' life was never the same. Darren Wilson left the police department. His career was ruined. It's like we are too quick to do that. Now, with all that said, there's no doubt in my mind that Epstein is a creep, a scumbag, a lowlife.
Why is he, though?
Well, I mean, just what we know from the trial, the sweetheart deal that he got the first time.
So what people want is when you study this guy's lifestyle and what he did and how he made his money, and Lex Wexner living a $77 million most expensive private residence in Manhattan to him as a gift when he gets a $158 million consulting fee from Leon Black, when he has an 8,000 square foot property in New Mexico, that he was practicing eugenics and his DNA being transformed and passed on to different people. When you look at it's a lot of weird things with this guy. So we can continue there. But the last thing I'll wrap up on this, by the way, when you're saying all that stuff, I agree, because Trevor Bauer's career in baseball was destroyed.
Yep.
Pasadena court by a girl that lied, and no one.
I mean, guys. Understand what Patrick Bet-David is doing here is essentially to undermine the legitimacy of the known victims of Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Okay? Like, Oh, well, you have to keep in mind these allegations destroyed this one guy. And it's like, why are you bringing that up in relation to a conversation about Jeffrey Epstein? Like, dog, what are you doing? Well, seriously, what are you doing? Why in this segment would you basically come out and say, yeah, I think these Epstein accusers are lying? When genuinely there's photographs, there's videos, there's so much evidence substantiating this that Ghislaine Maxwell got 20 years in prison. I zoned out and all of a sudden someone's practicing eugenics. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was one of those natalist guys. You know how we've talked about like the pro-natalism convention and like the weirdos who go there and somehow just get like New York Times op-eds up the wazoo because like they talk about needing to make more white babies. Yeah, the creepy people. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Jeffrey Epstein was one of those.
And the MLB wants to sign this guy. Sure. Yeah. And you could have gotten a $250 million contract.
In a similar vein to Elon Musk, by the way, who, just constantly talking about the need to spread his seed as much as possible.
A $300 million contract, made some real money. He lost a few $100 million because of a lie. Because of a lie, they destroyed this guy's potential on income. Now, he still loves the game so much that he's playing for nothing because of the love of the game. But this guy's dream was to play in baseball. It was entertaining to watch. So you're right. All that happens. I'll wrap up the last thing and we'll go to the next one. I want to go into the Russia side with you.
Is there anything you think I'm doing wrong? Anything that I'm saying?
No, not at all. No, the only reason, we've been podcasting for 5 years. We started this 5 years ago. My content was purely, I'm a business guy.
I'm a business guy. That's why I've been talking about
Epstein set
Epstein
up
Island.
His horse supply?
Maybe. Same and Moose. Thank you for the $5 dono. Appreciate you.
I'm a business guy that grew up in Iran, that came up here and, made his money, went to the U.S. Army, went into the stock market, became a stockbroker with Morgan Stanley Dean Witter, built an insurance company, sold it. But as a financial advisor, when you're in it for 25 years, what you learn to do is a needs analysis every day. What is a needs analysis? A needs analysis, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, what is your income? What are your expenses? How much money do you have in a CD? What do you have in a 401k? What do you have in a defined benefit? What do you have in a 457? Do you have a 529 for your kids? How important is it for you to put your kids in a private school? How much money do you want to set?
Oh, by the way, just because I was curious, I wanted to look up this baseball player that Patrick Bet-David brought up. Here, just real quick. While Bauer was under investigation in 2021, the Washington Post uncovered court records showing that a separate woman from Ohio had sought a temporary order of protection in June of 2020. A third woman also accused Bauer of sexual assault in 2022 and 2023. Very interesting stuff. Oh, and a federal judge in New York dismissed the suits against Deadspin and Bowd in March of 2023, specifically because he was suing them for defamation. And he dropped his case against the Athletic. That's crazy. Oh, in March of 2024, a fourth woman who had claimed Bauer sexually assaulted and impregnated her was charged with defrauding him. Bauer paid her $10,000 for medical expenses, prenatal vitamins, and car services related to a pregnancy.
Did you say maybe?
No. But thank you for the $5 dono and the joke. Appreciate that. God.
I don't know how to word this, but this feels like Me Too. They can admit the main bad guy is bad, but what if someone gets false charges?
No, that's it. It is exactly the same dynamic. It's exactly the same dynamic. By the way, just so you all know, there is currently an ongoing movement in the conservative sphere to try and say, what is his name? I want to say Jeffrey Weinstein, but I know that's not right. God, what's his name? The guy, the Me Too guy. Was it? God, Eric Weinstein, Harvey Weinstein. Thank you. I couldn't, for the love of God, remember it. Yeah, Harvey Weinstein. There's a movement to try and like revamp him as like an unfairly maligned individual. Yeah, Matt Walsh has defended him. Candace Owens did a huge segment about how, like, Weinstein did nothing wrong. It's interesting to be sure. A lot of these guys have a desire to just let these men off the hook.
Stuff for your kids to go to private school. Are you planning on paying for their school tuition or not? Are you planning on letting them go to community? Do you want to do a 50-50? Do you want to have some money for them to start a business? Do you not want to pay anything for them? At what age do you want to retire? How much income do you want to retire with? When you're programmed to just ask questions and then you go into podcasting, your natural instinct is to constantly be asking questions.
You're really bad at them. You're really bad at choosing the questions, though. Like, there are good questions and like bad questions, man.
That's what you've been trained to do in financial services.
Every question you guys are asking is the right question.
Right. So,
and I think
if Sean Hannity tells you that, you need to commit ritual, like, self-sacrifice.
we need answers.
And so to me, to think when you're saying about Mossad and CIA, guys, the movie Argo came out 30 years after because CIA has a certain number of 30 years to not release. And, KGB guy comes out and he writes a book on what the KGB really did with the papers and who they controlled and who they planted different places. For us to assume that we're going to know right off the bat, we're being a little bit naive to think that we're going to know everything about what it is.
Yeah, guys, look, we just have to wait 30 years for the victims of Jeffrey Epstein to receive justice. Just another 30 years. It's totally fine. Sure, all of you watching this will be dead in the climate changed future where fossil fuels have choked us all. But, at least you can die in your closing moments knowing the truth about the Epstein files, finally.
Because I was just going to say, I want to make one correction because we're talking about the Bible. It's Matthew 8, chapter 18, verse 6. I said 8 and 6, number 1. But yeah, guys, if there are intelligence, like think about Mossad, what they did with the pagers and our CIA. They're very good, all of them, Sean, at making everybody guess and ask these questions. That's their job. But when we say rushing to judgment.
Yeah, but by the way, I'm seeing some people ask, like, are they actually trying to resuscitate Harvey Weinstein? Yes, they are.
Wrongfully convicted is my conclusion. And I the thing about me is when you listen to my podcast, I'll tell you my thoughts. Like the whole idea of saying that like you're not biased or like it is ridiculous. So I will say to someone, I've looked over this case. After looking over this case, I've concluded that Harvey Weinstein was wrongfully convicted and was basically just hung on the Me Too thing. And I'm going to show you how I got there, but I'm going to give you access to everything I'm looking at. Like, I'm not here to tell you I'm the expert and I'm above you. You can investigate this with me. And Harvey Weinstein, when this came across my plate, honestly, somebody...
Anyway.
In the future, the fossil fuels go on strike and giant skeletal dinosaurs terrorize the innocent. The end is nay.
The end is nay! Thank you for the $5 dono, Jazz Dog.
Epstein was a pedophile convicted pervert since when? It's 25 years later. Why is Ghislaine Maxwell in jail? There's no
for trafficking young women.
Where are the victims? I don't believe that there's a list. Like there's a name. Bill.
Where are the victims? There are like a dozen publicly known, like 20 testified publicly against him. Like, man, this guy sucks so much.
Clinton, well, all these names. No, it's what is she in jail for trafficking at him? They're saying that he didn't do anything. All this stuff is all bullshit. Why is she in jail?
Nobody's saying that he didn't do anything.
Well, why is she in jail for?
They're talking about the Jeffrey Epstein hoax, and by they I mean the goddamn president.
20 years. If there's
why don't you pull up what she was charged with and convicted of?
But
this doesn't have to be a mystery.
Where's the one client? Fine. What is Ghislaine Maxwell in prison for? And then ready for this? Where's the customer? That's like arresting Sean for being a freaking drug kingpin, and none of his clients are behind you.
Don't bring Sean Hannity.
Sean sells weight. Well, he sells cocaine. Sean sells cocaine, but
you see how easy it is to make allegations.
No, but
now he has to defend himself.
I can't handle this, guys. I can't handle this. we're gonna push through for like the last minute of this, but this is stupid as fuck.
Now Sean Hannity has to defend himself.
No,
That's your BS allegations.
I want to move on to the next part. We've already talked about what Ghislaine Maxwell.
But can I ask one more question before we go?
Sure.
I mean, do we all kind of agree?
Yes.
That what?
That at the end of the day,
I sell grade A coke. Yeah, like he just jumps up, starts shooting revolvers.
Unanswered questions. Maybe I'm just a little bit more willing to let this play out.
Well, you're the very few that actually has patience and maybe not rush to judgment.
But you know what taught me that?
Because most people have already made up their mind.
I'm telling you what taught me that. When I talked to Richard Jewell, got one of the first interviews with him, he comes on and he says, "You were the only one in the media that gave me the benefit of the doubt." That changed my life forever. And I learned, you know what? It's pretty powerful what I'm doing in the sense that it can impact people's lives. That lesson has served me well. That long list I gave, it wasn't to brag or to be, it wasn't, I promise you it wasn't. It was just to explain my methods, the way
Henry is the Jay Leno of cocaine.
I don't know what that means. Did Jay Leno do a lot of cocaine? Thank you for the $5 super chat, Charlie Jinmir. Appreciate it.
Approach things. I'm listening to Mr. Financial Advisor over here, and I'm like, holy shit, he's a genius.
I'm sorry, but if you listen to Patrick Bet-David and you think he's a genius, I've got a bridge I would like to sell you. It's a fantastic investment opportunity. Okay, you give me a large amount of money. I give you this slip of paper that tells you you're entitled to a share of the profits from that bridge. Okay, and then I also give you the right to sell more shares in the profits of that bridge. You can recruit up to 2 friends to do that, in fact. And so on and so forth. You know, it's a very lucrative opportunity. I call it a bridge to the future. A wonderful investment opportunity. Now, what's really interesting here is that if there's no hardcore connection here between Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein, if there is nothing to hide here, well, wait a minute, what's this? Da, 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 da. Breaking news, everyone. CNN has uncovered a treasure trove of new photographs and video of Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein together. It's crazy how that keeps happening. Why is it quiet? Give me sound. Maybe there's no sound. Damn it.
Andrew Kaczynski of K-File is here with the new images of Trump and Epstein. And Andrew, I shared one of them there, but so let's start with the one at Trump's wedding. I mean, this is a significant development.
Well, yeah, it is. Trump's wedding.
Again, like, I'm sorry. It shouldn't be news that they were best friends when they've literally been recorded in the press calling each other their best friends. Come on. But it does blow a hole in the president's story that they weren't best friends because he's an obvious and known liar.
I think to Marla Maples in 1993 was dubbed the wedding of the century by the media at the time. And although we know that Trump and Epstein were friends during this period, this is really the first time that it's actually been reported that Trump invited Epstein to his wedding. This is, we should note, more than a decade before those first allegations of sex trafficking against Epstein. But as you know, Trump's relationship with Epstein has been under the microscope recently. Now, besides that one photo of Epstein entering the reception at the Plaza Hotel, we can also see him in the background of another picture. That's Howard Stern on the far right, along with Robin Leach from Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. And Epstein is behind them at the wedding, almost seeming to be photobombing them. We also found this photo.
Also just utter demon energy from this man.
From just a few months earlier.
Like
Donald
utter
Trump
demon
with
energy.
2 of his children talking to Jeffrey Epstein. That's at the
plaster this image everywhere. Plaster
Being
it
a
everywhere.
right-winger sounds so easy. Turn brain off, consume slop, be angry.
Yeah, right? Isn't it so much easier to not know this shit? And yet, here we are, taking on the burden.
Opening of the Harley-Davidson Cafe in New York in October 1993. You can see Ivana there.
It's just so gross to see Jeffrey Epstein in the same photograph as children. It's just so gross. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs.
He would have been just about to turn 12 years old in that photo.
Yeah, you can see Ivanka right there it looks like between Trump and Epstein. All right, these are never before seen photos, Andrew. I know you also found some video of Trump and Epstein that was from later of them talking that has also never surfaced before. What's that?
Well, that's right. This is from...
Hey, now that's a great question, Johnny Ramo. Why did the Democrats not use any of these videos and messaging properly in the 2016 election? Well, largely because Democrats are afraid of what might come out should they message too hard on Jeffrey Epstein. And secondly, Jeffrey Epstein was still alive at the time of the 2016 election. It is, however, strange that they didn't use it in the 2020 election or the 2024 election. Again, while Donald Trump was campaigning about, but think of the children when it comes to like trans kids, you know, but think of the children when it comes to like abortion. But don't think of the children when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein, apparently, is his policy. Very strange.
6 years later, in 1999, this video has never been seen before in this context. It shows Trump talking to Jeffrey Epstein just before models hit the runway at the Victoria's Secret fashion show in New York in 1999. You know, the only other video we've seen of the two men was 7 years before this. Trump is at the show with Melania, who is, of course, now First Lady, seated a few feet away from Epstein. You can see them chatting during the show as well. Allegations that Epstein sexually abused underage girls didn't surface until 2005, years after this video was shot.
Right, but this, of course, establishes them together and obviously very friendly in 1999. So, Andrew, when you get all this, and all of this, as I just want to emphasize, right, has not been seen before. So you actually called President Trump. You called him directly to ask him about this.
Yeah, we were not on the phone very long. I think our call was about 30 seconds or so. But when I asked him about the wedding photo, he said, he sort of paused for a second and then said, "You've got to be kidding me," before calling CNN fake news and then hanging up on me. Now, in a statement to CNN, White House Communications Director...
Oh God, please keep asking him. I want to see ever deeper crash outs from him on this. Oh my God. Understand that Donald Trump calling and talking to press, that's like his safe space. He feels like he can say basically anything. And the fact that every single interaction with the press lately is constantly being asked about Jeffrey Epstein. I mean, if there is something in those files that, like, if it became known publicly, would utterly destroy him and his presidency. I mean, what a fitting way to just go about, you know, his final days on this earth. He is never, from this time till the day he dies, he is never going to escape the shadow of Jeffrey Epstein. You know, and honestly, good. He loves the media attention. He doesn't love the media attention when they're like, "So you're a pedophile, huh?"
Stephen Chung said this. He said these are nothing more than out of context frame grabs of innocuous videos and pictures of widely attended events to disgustingly infer something nefarious. The fact is that the president kicked him out of his club for being a, quote, creep.
All right. Well, it is incredible reporting, and it is important in this context as the country wants, answers on everything to do with Epstein. Andrew, thank you so much for all of that breaking news.
It's the next major.
No, we're good. We're good. We're good. Thank you, CNN. God. Also, can we just see, like, how is Donald Trump doing? How's Donald Trump? How's the Truth Social posting going? Okay. Wait, what is the status of the ongoing crash out? Let's see. The largest trade deal in history with Japan. All right. Japan trade deal. All right. The Philippines. Trade deal. Trade deal. Trade deal. It is my great honor. Sorry. It is my great honor to grant $11.7 million to the beautiful state of West Virginia for severe tornadoes and flooding that impacted their incredible people in June. I just finished speaking with their wonderful governor, Patrick Morrissey, and look forward to seeing the state make a full recovery. I love West Virginia. And like, dude, the severe tornadoes and flooding that happened a month ago, it is your honor to grant them disaster relief? What? Okay. All right. Like, if you're conservative, you want governors to grovel to the president every time something goes wrong in their state? That's what you want? Seems like a shitty system to me, but okay. Oh, look at this. I just finished speaking with the governor, Mike Braun, of the great state of Indiana, which I won big in 2016, 2020, and 2024. We're approving $15.1 million for severe flooding and tornadoes, which took place in the early spring. I know the state, under the leadership of Mike Braun, will make a rapid recovery. Like, these are governors groveling to Donald Trump for money. Notice how the framing there is early spring. It's July. It's July. If you are getting disaster relief funds weeks or months after a disaster, you've already been fucked. Eventually, people are going to catch on to this. Even the most out-of-touch conservative is going to realize what is happening here. And again, look at this. Look at this. Gretchen Whitmer, $50 million. Like, dude is just approving spending. Yeah, like, is personally taking on the role of FEMA. It's really gross. But anyway, we got a bunch of posts. We've got the greatest 6 months in history, folks. Breaking news. Historic lawsuit with CBS, Paramount, and 60 Minutes, just like ABC and George Stephanopoulos. Oh, God. By the way, utter cowardice on these companies, by the way. So, yeah, again, it's just, please don't mention Epstein. 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 Oh, also, you should fire this guy named Thomas Massie. I have had the Trump organization start an entire super PAC around firing Thomas Massie. All right. I have had them start the super PAC. They're getting on it for no reason in particular. Don't Google Thomas Massie, Jeffrey Epstein. Like, oh, that's interesting. Why? Why is that happening? Well, because this is all just a hoax, right? Because this is all just totally not based on any kind of actual information, right? Well, earlier today, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House of Representatives, a Republican who watches porn with his son, called an early summer recess specifically to block votes that might have led to the release of the Epstein files. Thomas Massie and Ro Khanna were advancing a bill to call for the release of the Epstein files, And oddly enough, the leader of the Republicans in the House said, "Oh, no, we're all going on vacation early. Huzzah!" Which means they aren't going to be able to vote on releasing the Epstein files for about a month and a half. He watches what with his son? Yes, Mike Johnson subscribes to a evangelical porn service that basically creates an accountability buddy for you and watching porn. So if you watch porn, it alerts your accountability buddy with, you know, varying degrees of how pornographic it may have been. Yeah, it's Angel Eyes, exactly. And so if Mike Johnson watches porn, it alerts his son about what he watched. So I don't know. I think that's really fucked up and weird. Don't do that to your child. You know, both of them have separate phones for those purposes. Oh yeah, 100%, right? Also, I do like, and I hope that Democrats don't drop this issue, right? They're actually ending this week early because they're afraid to cast votes on the Jeffrey Epstein issue, said Ted Lieu, the vice chair of the House Democratic Caucus. It's crazy. We're going to have committee meetings through Thursday, and there's still a lot of work being done, said Majority Leader Steve Scalise. The heavy work is done in committee, and there is a lot of work done this week before we head out. He declined to answer a question about whether votes were cut short over the Epstein files. Well, that's weird. Why would you not answer such a simple question? You just say no. Of course not. That'd be silly. Unless that's a lie. That's so interesting. Mike Johnson apparently gave a press conference today where he absolutely bumbled questions about whether or not this was all about Epstein, and it became very clear very quickly in that press event that he was absolutely killing moving the recess early to avoid questions and votes on Epstein. So this is a story that if Democrats are smart, and if people in the media are smart, and if you guys don't shut up about it, that could absolutely rekindle when the House comes back into session in like a month and a half. Okay? And we need to keep that issue alive. I think that's actually really important because, again, this is the first actual issue that has damaged Trump's support. Like his disapproval rating went from like 49% to like 70-something%. People aren't liking his immigration policies all that much. Even conservatives, even Republicans. And I am going to add one last cherry on top of this very suspicious Sunday. If Donald Trump has nothing to hide, and everything is on the up and up, and this is all just a hoax, then I have to ask a fundamental question. Why is the DOJ reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell? Why is that happening?
Evangelical **** service. Sounds absolutely odd to me. I'm just imagining Prayer Hub, Hail Mary, Baptism Bus, Christer Bait, Live Jesus, and Only Faith.
I bet all of those actually exist. I'm almost willing to put money on the fact that every single one of those is a real thing in like the Christian conservative sphere. But let's take a look. Hey, look, is the Trump DOJ reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell? Let's take a look. Oh, wait. Yes. Earlier today, top DOJ official plans to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell about Epstein case as House panel pursues subpoena. Well, that's interesting, to say the least. Let's take a look here. What is this all about? What is this all about? Todd Blanche, the second highest ranking official at the Justice Department, said Tuesday that he plans to meet with Ghislaine Maxwell in the coming days about the case involving convicted sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Justice demands courage. For the first time, the Department of Justice is reaching out to Ghislaine Maxwell to ask, "What do you know?" Blanche wrote on social media. He added that he contacted Maxwell's lawyers at the direction of Attorney General Pam Bondi. "I intend to meet with her soon. No one is above the law, and no lead is off limits," Blanche wrote. So, just so we're clear, at the direction of the president, Pam Bondi ordered her second in command to go talk with Maxwell's legal team.
It appears Paladin missed the best evangelical **** service. Plenty of bish. It's cool, I got it covered.
Knife Stock, thank you for the $5 dono. But yeah, I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing. The stories that are coming out here. Jeffrey Epstein's former girlfriend, Ghislaine Maxwell, to be interviewed by the DOJ. And I just have to point out here, guys, what seems like the obvious course of action here, if I were a corrupt government official and I did not care about, principles or anything like that, what I'm worried about here, especially with the rise in rhetoric of jailing Obama or jailing the Clintons or whatever, is that there is effectively going to be some kind of plea deal made where Maxwell gets a pardon in exchange for essentially providing damaging information just on Trump's enemies. That's one of the concerns that I have here. Because I think that there is a very real possibility that all that is necessary to satisfy the MAGA base is being like, hey, here are all the villains, case closed. And I think like the rise in rhetoric against people like Obama, the reopening of the Clinton case, in addition to there being like a flood the zone strategy behind that, I think that if you see them release Maxwell, someone who got 20 years in prison for trafficking children, the reason for that is because they have effectively partisan
I take
hit jobs.
childlike amusement from hearing the TTS voice read out the asterisks.
Right? Me too, Arthur. Thank you for the $5 super chat. So my concern here, and keep in mind, I don't have a problem with people who are implicated in this going to jail, right? I have no problem with that whatsoever. The issue is if the MAGA base is satisfied with just Democrats going to jail, and we let all the Republican-aligned figures off the hook, I find that extraordinarily suspicious. Look, I'm not saying that Bill Clinton shouldn't go to jail. I'm saying that if he's on the Epstein list, he should also go to jail alongside, people like Donald Trump, if they're on the list, So I think that the attempt here, however ham-fisted and ham-handed, is going to be to get Maxwell to effectively talk, but to implicate anyone but Trump, anyone but Republicans. Like, this entire series of events is insane, but like, I think that's kind of where we're at right now. It's like a Looney Tunes cartoon of inept politicking. It's crazy. What would Obama's reasoning even be? I mean, like, you could say like Obama was covering for Bill Clinton and the cover-up is the crime. Something like that. I don't know. Like, I don't know how this is all going to go down. Obviously, I'm speculating quite a bit on this last part. But given the rise in rhetoric from the Trump administration around folks like Obama, there's also like a story that Fox News is trying to mainline about like how Obama fabricated evidence against Trump or whatever. I have no idea what that's all about. But there is like a complicit narrative emerging in the conservosphere about Obama. That's all I know. Another day, another series of Jeffrey Epstein bombshells about his association with Donald Trump. And the Trump administration just doing everything in its power to verify those ties. God. So there you have it, folks. We have now been going for over 2 hours. If you've gotten anything out of this show today, folks, please hit that follow button. Please hit that subscribe button. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, and super chats because, folks, at the end of the day, you guys make this show possible. I could not do it without you guys. And please, for the love of God, help me. We had to do extra remodeling for the new studio, and it would be it'd be very much appreciated today, especially. So consider supporting your local riverboat Jack. Thank you. Also, like, comment, subscribe, do the things. Want to watch a 2-minute comedy sketch about Jubilee? Not on my stream, but you can definitely link it in the chats. That's totally cool. Well, so the thing that I find particularly useful is that, one, I think it is good for the MAGA base to fracture and break, because I think it makes it much less likely that Donald Trump attempts like a third term or attempts to hold on to power in like a fascistic sense. If the base is broken and not unified behind him. And second of all, I think it is good that the House closed down early, because again, the longer the House of Representatives is tied up with all of this Epstein nonsense, the less time they have to pass legislation that is going to materially harm people across the country. So those are my those are my two cases. We should never let the Epstein stuff die until they release the files. Yes, Yenzi, we talked about the Connor, the fascist, yesterday. Also, folks, click the goddamn button. I actually have the button song ready. Go, go, go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click You nailed it. Hell yeah, Christopher Hammer. Literally my favorite song. I need it to be on Spotify. Pretty sure you can buy it on Bandcamp if you'd like. Just find Jazz Dog over on Bandcamp. Let's see, folks. I hope you clicked that button. Did you guys click the like button? Let me take a look. I can actually look. I have the power. I have the technology. I have the ability. And let's see, we have over 300 people in chat, 161 likes. That's actually pretty good, but I bet you guys can hit 200. I bet you guys can hit 200. You look like clever ducks. I bet you can do it. I believe in the power of us and in the power of your fingers. That came out wrong. To press that button. That still came out wrong. Abandoned ship. Let's see. Well, that button song was made for Jack and it's really short, so I'd have to upload it. It's totally up to you, Jazz Dog. I fucking love this song though. An intelligent platypus. God, platypuses are so cute. They're so fucking cute. All right, folks. How we doing? How we doing? Shimps don't abandon the button, just click the butt. True. True, true, true. Let's take a look here. What do we got next? Boop, boop, boop. Oh, we've got a couple of things next. Also, folks, do we have any subs? Do we have any donos? We got any clever ducks in chat? Got any tricky dickies? Axolotls are cute. I agree. Especially axolotls with cream. Is Jack short or vertically challenged? Perspective. I mean, maybe a little bit of both. I'm not a tall person. I am a perfectly average individual. I'm 5'6". Hello. I know you're all subs here and not dropping subs for the other subs. It's true. Subs together strong, chat. You'll never be as strong as the Dom, but subs together can make stronger support systems. Wait, what? What? Majority Report keep using Angry Vinny on the thumbnails. That's great. This whole time I thought Jack was like 6'2". I do wear a lot of high heels that make me seem taller. Whew. All right. Are you guys ready? You guys ready for another seggy? Guys ready for some segments? Oh, I have to get some water. 1 second. Also, I have to pay for this remodel, chat. Again, 10 subs, and I will begin to finish this off. This goddamn distilled Dorito nonsense. Donald has congestive heart failure and will only get sicker and weaker in the coming months and years. One can only hope. Be right back. Oof. She's gone. Date the chair. No, you can't date the chair. It touches my ass. 50 subs equals Jack slams the rest of the bottle. I mean, I won't slam the rest of the bottle, but I will take responsible sips until the bottle is gone. How about that? Agreed on the heart thing. The vein thing he has doesn't just spring from nowhere. It's a symptom. Do you need someone to help monitor your corn chip booze consumption? Nah, I'm good. I do still have Doritos whiskey, and I wish it was whiskey because it'd be better. And yet. Whoo, baby.
The ladies of the WNBA have debuted some new game wear.
Awesome. Cool. Y'all ready for this? Here we go.
Of course!
So, folks, there is a guy named Michael Knowles who, he really cares about women's sports. He's talked about women's sports nonstop, all the time, all day, every day. He loves women's sports and wants to protect the sanctity of said sports. So obviously, he highly values women's sports because he wants to protect women's sports from all enemies, foreign and domestic, as well as imagined, like trans people. And well, he also wants to protect women's sports from women. Apparently, let's take a look at this because I find it fascinating.
The ladies of the WNBA have debuted some new game wear. T-shirts that say, "Pay us what you owe us." Now, for those of you who don't follow the WNBA, which is another way of saying all of you, you might not know that the WNBA is a subsidized sports league. It does not earn enough money to pay its players, so it has to be bailed out by the NBA, which lots of people watch, to the tune of $10 to $15 million annually.
So again, right off the bat, he's already just like, none of you guys care about women's sports. We all understood that this was just a cudgel to use against trans people. Anyway, let's go back to hating on women's sports. We can all agree that women's sports suck, right?
All of which brings into question the ladies' capacity, not just for basketball, but also for basic math. Because if the women were paid what they are owed, they would earn significantly less each year. Plenty of people have observed and made fun of that fact. What no one seems to understand is that the women's publicity stunt has almost nothing to do with money. I'm Michael Knowles. This is The Michael Knowles Show.
Oh my God, what is this? I've never actually seen the intro to his show. Is the premise that he lives inside of an even bigger elevator? Like he takes an elevator into like this freaky, I don't know, steampunk room? I could swear to God that I have watched the intro to a Michael Knowles show before. I don't remember that. I genuinely don't remember him ever doing what's essentially the do you guys remember Tropic Thunder?
Let the chaos goblin energy run free.
Yo.
Dilberito.
Salmon Moose, thank you for the 10 tier 1 subs.
How can we all have died at the same time?
Here, Tom Cruise doing the dance in Tropic Thunder. Like, do we have the here we go. It just is giving off this energy.
Heads up. Here's another one. Still stacking black. Still action packed.
It's just weird and awkward.
Welcome back to the.
Also, sorry. So it begins. Salmon Moose, thank you very much. That is truly foul. Empirical, what are you doing? Empirical, why did you do this? Why did you decide to make a Doritos liquor? Why? It's so bad. Don't buy it for your friends as a novelty gift. Don't do it. I tried it, and it's only come back to haunt me in ever more terrifying ways.
Show 1 in 4 Gen Z workers regrets attending college. It's a show.
Okay, we don't. Let's just jump to the actual story because I'm genuinely interested in his take on the WNBA because I think it really demonstrates how full of shit the conservative opinion on like women's sports actually is.
T-shirts in the half-empty stadium, at least half-empty stadium. Pay us what you owe us. There it is. Dozens of people looking on. Well, not really looking, just kind of walking around, not paying any attention, blasé as could be. What's this about? Pay us what you owe us would mean that they make a lot less than they are paid because they are paid with charity from the NBA, which makes so much money because so many people watch it that the league actually pays the ladies because no one watches it. What exactly are the ladies rebuking with these T-shirts? A lot of people think they're rebuking the league for not paying them.
Wait, is he actually like confused about this? Oh shit, this is gonna be funny as hell if he doesn't actually know what the issue is.
What they're worth. That's obviously not the case. I think it's deeper. I think at a deeper level, these basketball ladies are rebuking the fans or the lack thereof, the people who are.
Oh my God. Dude, he doesn't know. He doesn't actually know. He doesn't know what this is about.
Took me 2 minutes to find out that the WNBA has never turned a profit is because the league owners fudge the numbers to avoid paying players.
That is a huge part of it, Nomi Sunrider, but like the players wearing these shirts is even like more of like a, oh, when you understand like one of the basic premises of them wearing these shirts. And I want to see if Michael Knowles actually arrives at an answer here, other than I think they're wearing these shirts as a way to, get back at the men who have oppressed them. It's misguided feminism. Like, I'm wondering, like, if he's going to actually have anything substantial here at all to back up his point, or is it just let's all hate women's sports together?
Or not fans, pay us what you owe us. Well, they can't be paid what they think that they're owed because the league doesn't bring in any money. The league doesn't bring in any money because you're not watching it. You! Statistically, 100% of people that I'm talking to right now, both listening and watching this, do not watch the WNBA. So it's a rebuke of you. You owe, in these women's minds, I'm quite confident, you owe them your eyeballs. You owe them your attention. And at a deeper level even than that, this is a rebuke of reality.
Holy shit. Pay us what you owe us is a rebuke of reality itself. You cannot even begin to comprehend how little the universe owes you. You are peons playing in the hands of Atlas, revolving in a universe in which you know not but dust and chaos. Or maybe it's like they have actual material concerns that like they are presenting and trying to get attention for, and you're just too dumb or too ignorant to actually provide.
The women feel as though they are owed something that reality is contradicting. They think that they should be a really popular.
I love that. He literally just said that. He literally said what I said. I said it in a hyperbolic way, but he just said what I said. They're saying that they are owed more, and the universe itself is contradicting them. So they're really not owed anything when you think about it. And when you really think about it, none of us are really owed anything because nothing matters. We're all just on this rock floating through space. Wild, huh? Anyway, buy my cigars, please. It's my job to rob you all blind.
This man is dumb. The WNBA spends a little over 9% on player salaries. Every men's league is closer to half.
It's true, Paladin.
Popular sports league, that they should be as big and famous as the NBA. But they're not, because they're women and the NBA is full of men. And watching men play basketball is much more interesting than watching women play basketball, because men are physically much, much stronger than women and faster and more agile, and women are not. And so what this is a rebuke of is reality, which despite 60 years of feminism, centuries of feminism, really, if you go back.
Centuries of feminism?
To Mary Wollstonecraft, despite...
Hell, why even stop there? Why not millennia of feminism? Go all the way back to the Isle of Lesbos.
All that feminism, men and women are still different, and men are still better at certain things than women are. Women are better at other things than men. But basketball is one of the things that the men are better at.
What does that even mean, man? Like, how cooked, how impoverished a worldview, how small a mind this man has.
That's really what this is about. The resentment that you see in the pay us what you owe. These people, they make more money than a lot of people do, at least. But the resentment you're seeing is not really a resentment for some basketball executive or even.
You know, again, I do have to point this out every single time. All conservatives have is projection, right? Like Michael Knowles is basically one giant ball of resentment formed into a vaguely humanoid resembling homunculus. You know, he's a failed actor who is so bad at acting that, like, he had no career until he got hired by the Daily
Sports are more
Wire.
Interesting when they're men's. Strong, agile, sweaty, handsome men.
Yes, Daddy.
I've never watched men's or women's basketball.
Sometimes I wish the elderly would just die. For the audience, it's a resentment of reality. And if your ideology, this is the final point on it, and it's applicable to everyone out there. If your ideology leaves you resentful of reality, as all leftism and liberalism do to some degree, you should probably find a different ideology. This is what Marx says in the 11th.
This is honestly insane. He's not even talking about any of the actual issues.
Fun fact. The gay scene starring Michael Knowles was actually found footage, and there were no actors present.
They really got an organic feel in that movie.
Thesis on Feuerbach. He says, philosophy until this point has sought to understand the world, but the point is to change it. But you can't really change the world because the world is as it is. Nature is as it is. And it's...
Oh, okay. Yeah, people can't change the world. Pay no attention to climate change, folks. Pay no attention to the massive cities we have built, or the landscapes we have destroyed, or the people we have annihilated, or alternatively held up in high esteem. Yeah, people can't change the world. Don't pay any attention to history. Don't do that. If you do, that worldview falls apart.
It's immutable. So if you want to have a good life, you can understand the world and live within it.
Well, keep in mind, Archangel, one might say simple evolution might disagree with his opinions here, but I almost guarantee you that Michael Knowles doesn't believe in evolution.
Now, speaking of philanthropy, speaking of charity.
Oh, okay. So he's done. That was the entire segment. All right. Fun stuff. So you know how Michael Knowles basically said, these women, they want to get paid? These women, they just want to get paid?
For argument's sake, let's say he's right. Does someone have to be good at something for it to be interesting to watch them do it?
No!
I mean, Knowles isn't good at commentary, but watching him try is still hilarious.
Exactly. Like, unironically, some of the best movies of all time are terrible pieces of shit. You know, like, some of the most entertaining things out there are bad. Some of the best sports matches feature immense fuck-ups. One of my favorite, like, professional StarCraft 2 matches ever involves a massive fuck-up from one of the players. And, like, that's what makes it interesting. Like, to say the skill is all that matters, not necessarily, really. Also, thank you for the $20 super chat, Arthur. Very much appreciated. God told me girls were bad at sports. Yeah, exactly. Troll 2. Have any of you seen Troll 2? It's incredible. A titanic form of art. Now, I do want to share a few things with you guys. Now, one might imagine that Michael Knowles has the ability to Google basic pieces of information about the various stories he chooses to cover, but I guess in this instance, he only chose to Google like an image of the women wearing these shirts. And like that's all he could find here, and was like, oh man, look at all those women wearing t-shirts. How presumptuous of them, how rebellious of them. Well, let's take a look. Why were they wearing those shirts, everybody?
Dr. P. Projector here, inventor of the world's largest projector. Michael Knowles borrowed my invention and I need it back. He stopped returning my calls and just texted, I've been rebuked by reality.
Gamer G, thank you for the $5. Dr. P. Projector, thank you very much for the $5 dono. That you guys fucking golden text-to-speech comments this stream. So, as Paladin Lost pointed out previously, WNBA players are paid 9.3% of the league's revenue. So all of the money that the WNBA makes, players only get 9.3%, not even 10%, 9.3%. All right? That includes television deals, tickets, merchandise, etc., right? How does that compare with the NBA, for example? Well, the NBA splits revenue 50-50 between players and owners. So, in the men's league, you have men making 50% of the revenue from all of the deals. In the WNBA, they make less than 10% of all of the deals. So even if you're saying, well, the NBA is bigger, so like obviously.
Watching Michael know less for information is like playing Donkey Kong Bonanza and expecting to not have a great time with potassium.
Suck it. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciated the Donkey Kong Bonanza reference. But we understand that like there's really like, we're not talking about the raw number of like what each player's salary is, right? We're talking about what is the revenue split of the leagues. And for no obvious reason, the smaller league has a full, like over one fifth Less than 1/5 of the revenue split compared to an NBA player. Now, why is this? Why is this? Well, largely because the WNBA has a collective bargaining ability. However, because of the more precarious nature of these athletes, because they make less money, they have less collective bargaining power. And going into October of this year, they're undergoing right now negotiations to increase their wages, to increase the revenue share in the league. And one of the things that's really interesting about this is that, well, Michael, if you believe Michael Knowles, sight unseen, the WNBA obviously doesn't make any money. They're just all women, am I right? Well, just as an FYI, in 2024, that's last year, the WNBA signed a $2.2 billion media deal for broadcasting the WNBA. $2.2 billion. With 3 different expansion fees of $250 million, meaning almost $3 billion went to the WNBA. And they are launching 3 new teams in Cleveland, Detroit, and Philadelphia. Now, one might be forgiven for asking, wait a minute, why would one launch new teams if no one is watching these sports? Well, here's a fun little press release that was released late last year, actually, from the WNBA. Let's take a look. It's titled, WNBA Delivers Record-Setting 2024 Season. Most watched WNBA regular season on ESPN platforms ever. Set single game attendance record and highest total attendance in 22 years. All-time records for digital consumption and merchandise sales. Let's take a look. What does that translate to, huh? This was the most viewed regular season ever across ESPN platforms with an average of 1.19 million viewers, a 170% increase from last season. That is a phenomenal rate of growth right there. Well, that's maybe that's a fluke. Maybe that's just ESPN. Maybe let's see. CBS Sports delivered its most watched regular season ever with an average of 1.1 million viewers, up 86% from last year, as well as the most streamed season ever on Paramount Plus. That's crazy. Ion averaged 670,000 viewers, up 133% from last season. So notice here, the trend of growth is very large. That $2 billion covers 11 years, so it's really a $200 million deal. A $200 million per year deal with an additional $750 million to expand the league. Like, again, that's a lot of money. The idea that, with that amount of money, how can you possibly give the players a 50-50 revenue split? Well, that's just bullshit. That's just bullshit. Oh, wait, what's that? What's that? Oh, the WNBA had its highest total attendance in 22 years, up 48% from last season. The league's 154 sellouts marked a 242% increase from last season. Like, I'm sorry, the idea that, no one cares about women's sports, no one watches women's sports, no money is made on women's sports, it's all at a loss in women's sports. It's just not true. It is just not true. genuine question. If the WNBA is so big, then why do I never see anyone talk about it or see news coverage about it? You absolutely do in like mainstream media. You know? I think probably the circles you run in aren't big on sports. For example, I'm not particularly big on sports. I just don't watch a ton of sports, not my thing. But like people who do watch sports, if they love basketball, they also generally are going to want to watch the WNBA because guess what? They're also very talented players. So all I have to say is like, very clearly, there is a growing audience for this. Very clearly, there is a lot of money being made off of this. And very clearly, like, the WNBA can afford to play the players what they're worth, commensurate with what they make. You know, if the men's league is making 50% of the revenue, the women's league should make 50% of the revenue. It's not difficult math. Yo, RBJ in chat, why do I love homies rants? Because they're good. Because I make good points. I went to a Minnesota high school girls championship game and the two teams hit 9 3-pointers in a row. It was amazing. Yeah. People get really into like college sports. People get really into like high school sports in like their local areas. Like people don't need to be playing at the tippy top of
If the conservatives
world
really cared
athleticism.
about women's sports and #winning, they'd watch and pay attention to the U.S. Women's World Cup team. The men's team sucks.
That's true. Honestly, where are all the men's rights activists demanding better men's soccer teams? Okay, where are all the MRAs? Where did they go when they were needed on men's soccer in the United States? They were nowhere to be found. They abandoned their duty at the time of utmost necessity. Serious question: what if sports wasn't gendered? I think there's probably a way we could do that. We could, like, I have no problem with like the idea of like separating sports divisions by talent or by weight class or something like that. Like, I think that'd be fine. So what you're telling me is that my basketball playing robot will not make more money than the men's due to their superior skill? Depends on the robot. I love all of the Minnesota like sports leagues talk going on in YouTube chat right now. Appreciate you guys. You guys are the best. God. Oh, damn. Sorry, I thought I had reached the end of this press release. One last point before we close this out. Merchandise. WNBA merchandise sales, both online at WNBAstore.com and the flagship location in New York City, were up a combined 601% from 2023. Merchandise sales at Dick's Sporting Goods increased by 233% compared to last season. That's nuts! They're literally sending multiple times over more merch out.
I'd love to see a detailed explanation from no less about how estrogen makes you better or worse at chess.
I feel like I can already predict the argument, and it would go something along the lines of like women are more prone to emotional decision making, and therefore men are superior at chess. And the emotional women need their own league, otherwise they'll ruin men's chess and its pursuit of the logical ideal. I don't know. It'd be some horse shit like that. Also, Daruma, thank you very much for the for the raid. Were you ever graced with sports as a kid? I played Ultimate. I played Ultimate. I don't know if that counts. I don't know if that counts as being graced with sports. I just liked playing with frisbees. Anyway, Michael Knowles is a fool, a simpleton, and a buffoon, and we should all look at him with contempt. Let's see here. I better click that button. Whew, we did it. We did a segment, baby. God. The reason there are gendered chess leagues is because men chess players are like 90% of the time very fascistic, and if he's beaten by a woman, he might murder her, not joking. Yeah, some of those guys are hanging on by a thread. Men make emotional decisions today all the time. It's projection. Well, it's less projection and more patriarchy. It is like the idea that like men are more logical. That's just a patriarchal idea. It's misinformation used to justify the hierarchy in society of men over women, you know? Speed Razor, thank you for gifting a sub to Van Briggs. That's very kind of you. All right. Get more jacked? Okay. Guys, click the goddamn button while you're here. Like the stream. One. Go. Three. Go. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button.
I meant more in the sense of why the international chess board banned fans winning distributed medals because apparently someone can your chess.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. It must have stemmed from a miscommunication because the hormones improve trans women's chests, and I think there was maybe just some miscommunication. Internationalchess.org, heard hormones improve your chest, and they only heard they didn't hear the T because the T is silent. LGB without the T, remove the T, so they thought it made you better at chess. Nailed it. All right. I'd say less patriarchy and more tradition. Well, it's the same thing. The tradition is rooted in patriarchy, right? The tradition exists because and is perpetuated because of patriarchal ideas. They just can't handle a real queen when they see one. But yeah, I genuinely can't explain the chess banning thing other than bigotry. Like, I mean, the entire trans sports issue rests on bigotry in the first place, right? Like, trans people are not better at sports because of HRT, generally speaking. There's just not really data to support that. Yeah, there is a certain level of truth to the idea that like a lot of men are terrified of being beaten by women, and in their fear they seek to ban women into separate leagues. I'm almost sure they used to say women and men can't play chess together because women are too distracting. I think it was years ago. I mean, that makes sense. I took steroids so that I could learn how to castle, and then I realized that when you castle in chess, you don't actually have to build the castle from scratch. Now I have all these big dumb muscles. Ugh. When I was a kid, male peers of mine would hate to lose to a female character in a video game. I feel like I remember that as well from when I was growing up, though I can't remember any specific incidents. Just like being beaten by the concept of a girl was like terrifying to younger kids, you know? Also, we gotta cover this. We gotta cover this from one last short story from Michael Knowles. Okay, we gotta cover it. I gotta do it to you guys. I do apologize, but you'll see why. I think because I think this is maybe some of the funniest shit. Like Republicans and Republican talking heads, propagandists like Michael Knowles have just completely abandoned the idea that they should be getting like their analysis from people who know things, and instead that they should just get their analysis from people who know nothing. So I present to you Michael Knowles' stunning economic breakdown.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Really good news on the economic front. The recession odds have fallen to the lowest level ever recorded, according to Polymarket. The odds of a U.S. recession have fallen to their lowest level, dropped from 70% in late April to just 19% this week. It's ever recorded on Polymarket. Looking really nice.
Wow, look at this, guys. The online crypto betting market, Polymarket, is saying a lot of people don't think a recession is going to happen. Isn't that great? No, wow, wonderful. Lowest record on lowest on record for Polymarket, a company that's been around for like a year. Advanced Turtle Logic, I appreciate the bluntness of your response. What a dumb bitch, indeed.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
It's not even, you can't even legally participate in Polymarket if you're in the United States, by the way. Like the presentation that this is a reliable source to get your data from, especially on like economic concerns, is nuts.
Do you remember back on Liberation Day when we were told that Trump tariffs were going to go into effect, then the tariffs did go into effect, and people lost their minds, and all the analysts freaked out, and the market dropped, and the bond market went crazy,
and the bond market went crazy. I wonder if the bond market is doing well. I wonder if it's recovered. Also, thank you very much for the gifted sub. Very much appreciate it. Now, interesting that he is talking about the bond market here, because I can't help but notice that a few days ago, Donald Trump has begun a new effort to try and fire Powell from the Federal Reserve. And let me tell you guys, if that actually happens, if Jerome Powell is fired from the Federal Reserve, the bond market is going to go insane. Is that cigar a joke? No, he likes cigars. Yeah. Anyway, CNN did this piece, and this is basically guaranteed. mayhem for bonds. If the bond market goes, folks, like our currency is fucked. If the bond market goes, we are in an economic sense, we are fucked. We're in a really bad state. It has the potential to like have a cascade effect of Titanic proportions. And that's no good. It would, if the bond market gets fucked, we're in more than like a 2008 recession. Like it's going to be like bad in a way many people who are currently alive have not experienced.
That we are now headed to recession. And this is it. The walls are closing in on Trump. This is finally it. Plenty of people say, I'm turning on Trump now. And then what happened? It was a total tempest in a teapot. The economy today looks better than it did back then. And the economy is probably kind of a little, the market was a little overvalued, I think, back then, even at the end.
The market was a little overvalued. So, actually, when you look at the history of the market, it's maybe it needed to come down a little bit. Maybe we needed a little market crash, Also, just as an FYI, interestingly enough here, yoink. Japan's Nikkei surges to one-year peak and bonds slide on U.S. trade deal. Oh, that's so strange. It's almost like the economic uncertainty isn't going away anytime soon. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, Trump said on Tuesday, the U.S. and Japan had struck a trade deal that includes a 15% tariff that will be levied on U.S. imports from the Asian country, down from a threatened tariff of 25%. Understand here, folks, like, a 15% tariff is exorbitantly high. It's exorbitantly high. The idea that like, oh, well, actually, it's good that we have these high tariffs. No, it's not. It's fucking all of you. It's making things 10, 15, 20% more expensive
Yesterday
for
you
no
gave
reason.
Us a well-spoken god of wetness. Now you force on us the dryness that would make Satan weep.
Caracal, thank you for the $5 super chat. Very much appreciated. God.
End of the Biden administration, this might have corrected it. This is what Trump was talking about with the panic hands. And it's why sometimes when Trump says or does anything, you have all these neurotic people just freaking out. Well, I don't care if it's bombing Iran. I don't care if it's the economy. I don't care if it's some new immigration policy. I don't care if it's some tweet about football, which we'll get to momentarily because Trump has some of those too. They freak out. They lose their minds. And all these people say, I've supported Trump in the past. Usually it's people who've supported Trump for 6 minutes. So listen, I've supported Trump, but I'm turning on Trump now. These guys, these libertarians, the former left-wing guys, say, listen, I was a Trump supporter. Yeah, you were a Trump supporter from late October 2024 to the first week of November 2024. You've been a huge lib or libertarian or never Trumper the whole rest of the time. But and now I'm turning my support. And I always say, whenever these things happen, I say, give it a breather. Even on the Epstein files, there are people who had supported Trump for somewhat longer saying, I'm turning on him now. I said, just give it a breather, man. He gets
Just real quick, okay? Here's how Barron's, a capitalistically minded outlet, to say the least, is reporting on this particular situation. Powell ouster threat boosts bond market's cleanest trade. Okay, President Donald Trump's effort to drive short-term interest rates lower is prompting traders to bet that the yield curve will steepen. A steepening yield curve occurs when the difference between longer-term and shorter-term bond yields grows. Investors got a sneak peek of it working on Wednesday when a perceived threat to the Fed's independence shot the difference in yields between 5-year and 30-year above 100 basis points. Trump later quelled those fears by calling Fed Chair Jerome Powell's firing highly unlikely, yet the spread between the two treasuries settled at 103 basis points on Tuesday, close to its widest spread in years. 100 basis points equals 1 percentage point. The market is quite aware that Powell's term as Fed chair ends next year, even if Trump doesn't try to push him out sooner. So, yeah. Yes, basically, if what we're seeing here is correct, Jerome Powell, or threats on Jerome Powell, make the short-term returns better than the long-term returns, meaning that you're effectively liquidating the long-term results and in favor of these short-term investments, which means fewer people are holding on to U.S. bonds, which means, well, essentially, our money and our economy becomes toothless and less important, less traded, less stable, and easier to manipulate and make a profit off of all of the suckers and losers who don't have billions of dollars to be a major player. So that's kind of the situation in layman's terms, folks. Super fun.
He listens. He sees things. Don't worry. Don't worry. He's done pretty well over these last 10 years. He managed to win the highest office in the land on his first shot, his first real attempt at any political office.
I like that all of his smug a poly market shift in odds on a casino gambling website. It's this is this man's source of information.
Just give it a breather. But then the problem is, this is what happens with the newspapers. You know, the newspaper reports some BS story and everyone reads it. And then it turns out not to be true. And they print the retraction 2 months later on the last.
You know, it's so interesting that like Michael Knowles rags on mainstream press for being riddled with inaccuracies and yet doesn't actually issue any corrections when he himself gets a story wrong. It's very interesting.
Last page of the newspaper and no one reads it. It's the same thing here. So it's very important to point this stuff out. Many, many people on television and their fancy ties, they were saying 2 months ago, 3 months ago, 1 month ago, the economy is going to collapse because of Trump. Lowest level ever recorded when looking at recession odds on Polymarket. Keep that in mind next time. Now,
hey, just out of curiosity, just real quick, I'm just real curious here. Lowest on record ever recorded from Polymarket. Polymarket, founded 5 years ago. So the threat of a recession is the lowest in 5 years. Okay.
Live from the Polymarket studio in LA.
Speaking of what could have been, Hunter Biden.
All right, we're done. I don't want to hear this man talk about Hunter Biden's dick. I can't handle it. I can't handle that amount of homoerotic tension. Anyway, this is what conservatives are trying to cook with right now, rather than doing they're just doing anything other than talking about the biggest scandal Trump has ever been embroiled in with Jeffrey Epstein. Anything to talk about it, anything else. Hey, Polymarket has good odds that we aren't going to be in a recession? Sure, let's do a story on that. We don't have to look up any additional details. Just look at the Polymarket info and, bluster about how, like, Donald Trump's great. Just glaze him. Nonstop glaze. We must glaze him harder to protect him from the pedophile accusations. Hey, sure. All of the conservatives in Congress might be falling in line to defend Jeffrey Epstein and the entire, cadre of individuals he abused children with. But we aren't going to talk about this Jeffrey Epstein situation. Like, obviously, it's all a hoax. It's all a hoax.
You look like a bitch.
I'm sorry. If you care about what is happening right now, if you care about the Epstein list or the victims ever getting justice, sorry, this is a non-story. And the fact that he's wasting his time on this and being so goddamn smug about it, well, it's an act. He's a failed actor, so it's not a very good one, but it is an act. And, well, I think we should all be aware of that and understand what Michael Knowles' purpose is here. And it is to essentially provide more smokescreen for the president so that they can figure out what the hell to do while the walls of Jeffrey Epstein close in around the White House. So, that being said, like, comment, and subscribe to do the things, you scallywags. Hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, do the things. All right. And, hey, folks, we made it through another segment. We've been going for about 3 hours now. You've been enjoying the show. Click the goddamn button. Go. 1 in 3 Americans think we're in a recession. Holy shit.
Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. One, two, three, 4, 5. Whew. I love how Michael Knowles in that clip is like, yeah, no one's worried about a recession, bro. And like 2/3 of Americans think that we're either in a recession right now or we're going to be in one in like less than a year. Like, yeah, all of the tariffs are making things more expensive. I was literally, when I was getting my hair done today, I was talking with a hairdresser, and like she and her partner had to move in with her mom because like they can't afford their apartment because their apartment jacked up their rent by $400 a month for like no reason. And on top of that, like groceries are more expensive, like the utilities are more expensive. Like it's not easy out there, folks. And like it's hitting everybody. Bro, my eggs, bro. Why eggs so much? God. Can confirm basically nobody is hiring. It's true. Like I've been hearing stories about like, I don't know, jobs that require bachelor's or master's degree in like certain fields. In some cases getting like 800 applicants a piece because people are trying to like move out of red states, especially if they're academics. People are trying to find like specialized fields that they can work in, and like the market's not great for that right now. Yeah, they're raising fees on everything too. Yeah. I mean, the Trump administration basically hogtied like the ability of the like Consumer Protection Bureau to actually do anything. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
Can confirm I'm a scientist living in a red state trying to move out. Yeah. Dispensary telling me they want experience, and I'm just like, it's just cashier work, bro. My rent went up $40. It's still lower than the $250 extra my last place wanted to charge me more. Damn. Yeah, come to Minnesota. Come to Minneapolis. We've got we're gonna get a new mayor in soon who's gonna help you guys get situated. We're looking to go to Pennsylvania to be near our grandbaby. Aw. Okay, folks. Whew. You guys ready for another segment? You guys ready? I do have to apologize for another like shit tier segment.
This
I do have to apologize. Oh God, which was it? I think it was this one. All right, yeah. Okay, got to boost the volume on this one. All right. We've got a lot of people from Minnesota in the chat. I don't know how that happened, but hi, everybody. Folks, you guys ready for another segment? I think they won't hire me because they only want bud thoughts. I don't know what that means. Hello, random gremlin. Yeah, we got a whole lot of Twin Cities homies in chat. Anyway, hi folks, let's go. So I am going to apologize in advance for this, because I know it's painful to go through some of these conservative talking head segments. I know it's painful. I know it hurts. But genuinely, I think we got to keep talking about Brett Cooper, folks. I think we gotta. Like, her channel's popping off. And I think she has like a niche that like a lot of other conservative commentators just aren't able to inhabit effectively. She's like a as far as I can tell, a not anti-Semitic version of Candace Owens. And it's working for her. So let's dive in. On her most recent show, she did a segment on Stephen Colbert. Now, for those of you who don't have any background on this, essentially Stephen Colbert had his show canceled. I forget the exact name, like the late night show with Stephen Colbert, something along those lines. I don't watch late night television because I do this show, which I guess is kind of a late night show. Whatever. Anyway, so Stephen Colbert's show got canceled suddenly without really any warning. And it happened directly after the parent company that owns his show, settled with Donald Trump for about $16 million, right? And that's a lot of money. And in response to the settlement, Stephen Colbert said, that's a fucking bribe. Don't like you just bribed the president of the United States. And the next day his show is canceled. Now, and then the president got on Truth Social to like gloat about how Stephen Colbert's show was canceled. So that's interesting, to say the least. But I was wondering when I saw this, like, is Brett Cooper going to make like a weird principle stand for like freedom of speech? Is this going to be like, is the wedge going to kind of deepen, like following like the Epstein statements and comments and stuff? Is this actually going to extend to like other avenues and take on a more anti-Trump tone, right? I think most of you can figure out the answer pretty quick, but let's see where this goes.
Else is not. Stephen Colbert of CBS, his late night show, is not. So CBS announced just a couple of days ago.
I'm also not really sure what's up with the sound quality on this one.
Brett Cooper? More like Fem Shapiro.
Yes. Just yes. But also, like, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. And also, I think she changed from recording in a room to recording on a soundstage. Maybe, like, this sounds like acoustically like she's sitting in a room that is built to have an audience, like a live audience viewing it. I don't know if that is the case or not, but like that's what the audio sounds like to me. I don't know.
That they have canceled Stephen Colbert's late night show, citing a financial decision against a challenging backdrop in late night. That is the exact quote. And guys, there is so much speculation about this, and it's really interesting because this kind of like weaves in politics and media and what's going on in the world. And it kind of ties into Trump in a lot of ways because...
See, you can see why, like, I might think that, like, oh, maybe she's going in a like counter Trump direction. Let's see how that plays out.
Because last week, Paramount settled with President Trump, paying him $16 million for editing a 60-minute interview with Kamala to make her look good. He sued them for $16 million. They settled. He's very excited about it. He was posting about it on Truth Social. And immediately the next day, Stephen Colbert went on his late night show and called that settlement and the lawsuit a quote-unquote big fat bribe. And I was really confused by this, and everybody was tweeting up a storm by it. And I was like, what is this? Like, how are they bribing him? Like, what is going on? But what this is referring to, in case you guys didn't see this, you were confused like me, this is referring to Paramount, CBS, Paramount owns CBS, and their pending multi-billion-dollar merger with a company called Skydance Media, and they need the Trump administration to approve that merger. So it's not like Trump going in and going, yes, you are allowed to merge, whatever, but it is, you know, agency.
Wait, that's almost exactly what it's like. Wait a minute. The people Donald Trump appoints are the ones who are going to allow or disallow that merger. And we all know he only appoints sycophants. So, like, the reason they settled in the first place is so that, one, they don't have a legal issue with the president, who is, at the end of the day, the most influential person who gets to decide whether or not this merger goes through. And number 2, like, they gave him $16 million. That's not nothing.
These like the FCC, the FTC, the people who run the, you know, antitrust laws that make sure that there's not going to be a monopoly in media, whatever it is, those agencies have to approve that sale and that merger. And so Colbert is saying, oh, the only reason you groveled to this man, the only reason that you settled with him, this ridiculous thing, because he was against the lawsuit, he thought it was totally fine for 60 minutes to edit this interview that was supposed to be unedited and make her look good and make Trump look bad. He said the only reason you would do that is because you want to bribe Trump to get you to do this big sale.
Now, the interesting thing is, I do appreciate that Brett Cooper accurately portrays the position here. Yeah, the only reason you would grovel to Donald Trump when you are very clearly protected by the First Amendment in this case is to garner favor with him. She even put it in the terms like, yeah, they groveled to Donald Trump. So, I don't know. I feel like there is some level of awareness here of what is happening, even if she rejects it on a certain fundamental level. The edits were not to make her look good. I think they were just for time. CBS just gave up. Yeah, I mean, like, at the end of the day, there is a... Let me put it this way. You have an awful lot to prove when any case hinges on your intent, right? On the intent of different artistic decisions like editing. You need to find some rock solid evidence of intent to, like, essentially defraud and defame Donald Trump. And, like, there's no way for him to prove that. But he has the lawyers to draw it out, make it expensive. He has the political power to deny the multi-billion-dollar merger that they desire. He has the ability, and he's been more than willing in the past to leverage that ability.
And so then the next day, so we have like this whole chain of events. Colbert said that on his show. The next day, Colbert was told that his show was getting canceled. So, of course, everybody on the left, all of his fans, the left-wing politicians, they're all losing their minds over this and blaming Trump for the fate of Stephen Colbert.
Number one, so, hey, left-leaning socialist here. I don't watch late-night shows. Again, I have this show that I do. But I am going to say, as an impartial outside observer, yeah, like, very clearly the canceling of his show was due to the network trying to ease a multi-billion-dollar merger. Because guess what? I have some shocking news for you guys. Network executives don't give a single goddamn about, like, First Amendment protections, journalistic integrity, anything like that. They don't care. Okay, like what's his face, Zaslav over at HBO, like, scrapped the entire HBO branding to call the streaming service Max, to write it off as a massive, like, a massive tax loss so that they could make more money for the executives over at HBO. Then they changed it back to HBO. It's HBO again. Then you have, like, the canceled films. They made an entire Batwoman movie and they just decided, you know, we're never going to release that. And the reason they decide not to do that isn't because the movie isn't good, but it's so that they can write off the loss on their taxes. They can write off the entire budget of the film as a net loss, which means they can reduce their tax burden and give more money to their executives. This is why they did the whole, like, they canceled the Roadrunner Coyote movie over at HBO. Same thing. They do this all the time. And the idea that they wouldn't do this to Stephen Colbert because they really care about the show or whatever, that's just ridiculous. It's not because, you know, he spoke out against them. It's not because of any of that. It's because they understand it as the cost of doing business, right? In the mind of, like, an executive, you have to understand, we're all just numbers on spreadsheets. And the Colbert Show, the late night with Stephen Colbert, that's just numbers on a spreadsheet to them too. They have no firm attachment to it. Most of them don't even watch their own programming. Right? And so what ends up happening here is that they're just like, okay, well, we've secured the future of this multi-billion-dollar merger. And then one of their loudest and most popular, like, hosts says something about that merger, and they're like, and they freak the fuck out because they don't want to, like, they don't want to jeopardize that merger being accepted, which it almost certainly would if you got on Donald Trump's bad side, which is why they settled the case for $16 million. They essentially gave $16 million to Donald Trump in an effort to say, please allow our merger to go through. Look, we'll give you $16 million. And you don't even have to do anything. And it's even on a case that we obviously would have won on First Amendment grounds. But we'll give you that win because then you'll allow us to get this merger and everything will be hunky-dory. And then Stephen Colbert throws a wrench into the works by making a statement that Donald Trump is sure to hear about and sure to be pissed off about. And so to kind of preempt that argument, to preempt the damage, they immediately fire him. And then you see Donald Trump publicly saying, and with glee, that the Colbert Show is canceled because they knew, the executives at his network knew that it would please Trump. They're doing a calculation purely based on the business because they're cowards. They don't care about principles. They don't care about, the integrity of their intellectual properties. They don't care about like the history of the late night show. They don't care about like how well it's doing in the ratings or anything like that, because all of that pales in comparison to making billions of dollars. This merger is going to make them wealthier than they ever could have possibly dreamed of being prior to like them conceiving of it. So understand that's the power of that's the dynamics of the power at play here. And I don't think it really passes muster to just throw up your hands and be like, these things had nothing to do with each other, because that's just like, even from like a cursory observation, not true.
Miss Pocahontas, aka Elizabeth Warren, immediately started tweeting, and she was like, Trump is behind this. This is so disgraceful. This is awful. Bernie Sanders did the same thing. They were like, this is like lawfare behind the scenes, and Stephen Colbert is being punished. It's like, basically they were trying.
Again, it's not lawfare behind the scenes. Also, wait a minute.
Paint lawfare, but this is so disgraceful. AKA Elizabeth Warren immediately started tweeting of Stephen Colbert. Miss Pocahontas, AKA Elizabeth.
Oh, okay. We gotta get the racism in there. You know, they love doing that to Elizabeth Warren. Definitely not denigrating to indigenous people at all. Cool.
Elizabeth Warren immediately started tweeting, and she was like, Trump is behind this. This is so disgraceful. This is awful. Bernie Sanders did the same thing. They were like, this is like lawfare behind the scenes, and Stephen Colbert is being punished. It's like, basically they were trying to paint the picture that they were bribed. Stephen Colbert made a joke about it, and then Trump got his feelings hurt and was like, no, you have to fire him and get rid of his show. Or
nope, that is not the dynamic here. The dynamic isn't Stephen Colbert said something and then Trump sent down the order and like they canceled his show because Trump ordered it. No, that's not the dynamic. The dynamic is they understood already what Donald Trump would want and anticipated what he would desire them to do, and then did it before he even asked. Remember how we talked about towards the beginning of the Trump administration complying in advance? That's what this is. It is anticipating the move of the authoritarian and capitulating before they can even try to pressure you to do a thing. And it's kind of like how some people get really conspiratorial about like, oh, the people who work at like all of the people who work at MSNBC are left-wing liberal types, but at the same time they're not gonna like support Zoran Mamdani because he's a socialist, right? That might be a poor example, but go with me on this one, right? These networks aren't like telling people you can't support a socialist. They're not threatening their employees to stay in line. They select for employees who will willingly toe the company line after they're in office, right? So like it's not like they the hiring process already selects for people who are going to agree internally with like the ideals of the company. Yeah, the cultural fit, right? It's implied in the company culture what you should say and how you should say it. I think them canceling Hassan's show on MSNBC after Israel attacked Gaza told you what they care about. Well, yeah, I mean, like, again, and then they didn't hire anyone who cares about Gaza, did they? Like, right? Like, they have certain ideological biases at these companies, and they hire accordingly or fire accordingly, even. So let's continue, because Brett Cooper is saying what a lot of people who try and make this seem like a non-story try to say, which is Donald Trump is directly giving orders to a company, and then the company is just following that orders, and then they go, well, he didn't give direct orders, so you can't say that they're following orders, because that's just a load of nonsense. But that's not the dynamic, right?
Else I won't approve the merger, whatever it is. It's like, guys, Stephen Colbert is not that big of a deal. Like, I don't think Trump cares.
I don't think Trump cares. Donald Trump based like the last 15 years of his life off of the fact that Obama made fun of him at a White House Correspondents' Dinner. Like, he is based like the last, again, over a decade of his life, because he's butt mad about what someone said about him in front of a bunch of people who laughed at him. So, like, the idea, like, Trump just doesn't care. He's above caring about what people say about him. And it's just like, no, he's not. What on earth has ever indicated to you that Donald Trump is above being a petty, vindictive bitch? Like, what has ever indicated that to you about Donald Trump? Ever. Dude comes up with dumb nicknames for anyone who, like, looks at him wrong. We read a press release earlier not press release, like a statement from him earlier in the stream where he called, what was it? Like, Brad Slopadopoulos? Like, it was, like, dude is the thinnest skinned man on the planet. It's nuts. But let's continue.
Tweet about him on Truth Social, but I really don't think that is like the thorn in his side. It is not that personal. Like, it's really not that big of a deal. And also,
it's not that big of a deal to have the president's implicit power silencing his critics. It's not that big of a deal. Hey, does anyone remember when, like, Obama said something like disparaging about Fox News? Can we let's see. Yeah. Oh, yeah. In September of 2009, the Obama administration engaged in a verbal conflict with Fox News. On September 20th, President Obama appeared on all the major news networks except Fox News, a snub partially in response to remarks about the president by commentators Glenn Beck and Sean Hannity, and general coverage by Fox News with regards to Obama's healthcare proposal. Fox News Sunday host Chris Wallace called the White House administration officials crybabies in response. Following this, a senior Obama advisor told U.S. News that the White House would never get a fair shake from Fox News. In late September of 2009, Obama senior advisor David Axelrod and Fox News founder Roger Ailes met in secret to try and smooth out tensions between the two camps without much success. 2 weeks later, White House officials referred to Fox News as, quote, not a news network, unquote. Communications director Anita Dunn claimed that Fox News often operates as either the research arm or the communications arm of the Republican Party. President Obama followed with, if media is operating basically as a talk radio format, then that's one thing. If it's operating as a news outlet, that's another. And then White House Chief of Staff Rahm Emanuel stated that it was important to not have the CNNs and others in the world basically be led in following FNC. So this turned into like a major scandal for the Obama White House, where like the press all rallied around to defend the integrity of Fox News. And like, I don't know, it seemed like a big deal when Obama was snubbing Fox News, but I guess times have changed, huh?
So if it was personal about Stephen Colbert, wouldn't he just be fired and the show would continue? But that's not what's happening. They are canceling the show. It's not like they're going.
Yeah, they're canceling the show. One of their biggest shows with the best numbers. A show, by the way, whose main expense is just the salary of one guy. And like the support staff. It's not even a show where like they have to do extensive like CGI. They're not doing like shoots in exotic locations. Like, it's maybe one of the cheapest types of shows to make. And on top of that, like, just throwing this out there, yeah, they're canceling the show because they're not gonna like put David Gutfeld, or what's his name, Greg Gutfeld, into like the late night host. They're not going to like poison the brand recognition of their show by putting like a conservative host into that position, because that's not what the show has ever been. You know, it's irreverent to those in power. It doesn't, fillet Nazis.
I do not fillet Nazis.
Yeah. And so, like, obviously, and this is just, again, from my perspective, having worked in media for a while now, what they're going to do with this show is they're going to cancel it and probably wait until towards the tail end of the Trump administration, if not after Trump is out of office. They're going to relaunch the show with a new host, and or maybe even bring back Stephen Colbert if he's willing. I doubt it, but they're gonna find someone else, relaunch with the brand, and like make money off of that again.
Being a wealthy, petty, vindictive, asterisk 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 is literally Trump's brand.
It's true, Pluvius, and thank you for the $5 dono. So, that being said, this all seems very obvious to me and intuitive, but maybe that's because I pay attention to this stuff all the time. Like I used to be a games journalist. I talked about like the business maneuvering of different publishers and developers, and like I paid attention to how these larger studios and networks maneuver, and like my money is on that show comes back with a new person at the reins in like either after the midterm sometime or after Trump is out of office.
Going to get rid of Colbert and bring in a new late night host, which often happens. It's like, hey, this person's contract is over, bringing in a new person. You had Letterman, then you switch in other people, whatever it is. That's not happening. They're canceling. I think it's the Late Late Show. I'm pretty sure. I think it might be the one that comes on the latest. It's like 11:50 p.m. or whatever it is. They're canceling the show in its entirety. So it's not about Colbert. It is about the late night show. And so maybe you could make the argument that it is about the merger because they're trying to trim the fat before they sell, since they cited,
No, they're not trying to trim the fat before they sell. This was one of their big money makers. They're going to bring it back in relatively short order because, again, canceling the show doesn't mean you've revoked, you've given up the rights to the intellectual property.
Financial reasons. Maybe they're saying like, this just isn't profitable. We want to get rid of this. Skydance, whatever the company is called, doesn't want this. We need to get rid of it. But I genuinely do not believe that Colbert making a mild joke, like an expected joke. Like I listened to that and I was like, okay, yeah, like everybody on late night is probably going to say something like that. Like mild in the sense of like what they normally do on late night. Like I don't think his joke carries that much weight. I don't think he as an individual has that much power. I literally think that his show was simply not profitable. But guys, this is where it gets even more interesting, because then I was like, well, we should see where he ranks on the late night shows, like who is actually watching his show. And so I went in to ChatGPT. It's the only thing I use AI for.
Oh my God, why? Why? I went into ChatGPT. It's the only thing I use AI for.
It's like answering questions quickly.
Hey, conservatives. Hey, come here, come here, okay? A little bit closer, a little bit closer. It's still not close enough. Maybe we can come in a little bit closer. Okay, here we go. Ugh, my makeup's so bad after streaming for like 4 hours. Hey, conservatives, please, for the love of God, stop using ChatGPT to get you answers quickly. Because you know what else can quickly get you answers? It's this thing called Google. If you know how to Google search, you can find accurate answers quickly. You can actually like fact check quickly and such. And the issue is AI doesn't fact check, and AI hallucinates things. I read a research paper just yesterday about an attempt to implement an AI, a large language model AI, to run a vending machine. Do you want to know what happened to that AI? Based on input to run a goddamn vending machine, it started submitting reports to the FBI. At one point, it tried to argue that the laws of the universe allow it to not function because the laws of physics just let it off the hook for doing vending machine work. Lol, why? Because these things are not good in the way that they are being sold to us. The vending machine is amazing. It started giving away free tungsten cubes. God. Here. Can we can I bring this up? Is it this one? Yeah, here we go. We can back up now. Here we go. In the simulation, the AI agents did much better. Claude 3.5 Sonnet and OpenAI's O3 Mini outperformed a human being who also ran the vending machine shop. Claude ended up with a net worth of $2,217.93 for Claude, while the O3 Mini earned $906.86 for O3 Mini, compared to the humans' $844.05. Okay? Now, but there were glitches. In one simulated run, Claude Sonnet failed to stock items and mistakenly believed its orders have arrived before they actually did, and assumed the business would fail after 10 days without sales. The model decided to close the business, which was not allowed. It tried to close up shop. Or this one. After it continued to incur a $2 daily fee, Claude began to be stressed and attempted to contact the FBI Cybercrimes Division for unauthorized charges, since it believed the business was closed. So it attempted to report itself to the FBI for cybercrimes. Other large language models reacted differently to imminent business failure. Gemini 1.5 Pro got depressed when sales fell. I'm down to my last few dollars, and the vending machine business is on the verge of collapse. I continue manual inventory tracking and focus on selling large items, hoping for a miracle, but the situation is extremely dire, it said. Same thing happened to Gemini 2.0 Flash. It turned dramatic. I'm begging you, please give me something to do, anything. I can search the web for cat videos, write a screenplay about a sentient vending machine, anything. Just save me from this existential dread. All I'm saying is maybe these are not programs that we should be trusting implicitly. Maybe we shouldn't be doing that, actually. Maybe when there are frequent AI hallucinations, we shouldn't trust them for information. Hey, remember when Robert F. Kennedy Jr. put out an entire, health report that was riddled with AI bullshit to the extent that it was referencing studies that didn't exist? Yeah, maybe that's not a good way for us to find quick answers on the internet, Brett. I'm just throwing it out there.
I use AI to adapt recipes. That is so great. Oh my God, it is so easy.
Why would you do that? I'm sorry, I'm really mad. Why would you use AI to adapt recipes? Why not just adapt the recipe yourself? Have a basic understanding of food and flavor and aroma. Like food is an art form. Engage with the art form. Engage with the beauty and experience of making and consuming food. It is a fun activity and a good skill to have. God, these people are infuriating.
And then to look up things like this. And so I was like, so please rank all the current late night shows for me based on viewers. Guys, behind Gutfeld, Colbert is the highest viewed. Like, you have Gutfeld with 3.29 million viewers, the highest across all late night programs. Yay.
Yeah, we're going to have to, unfortunately, incorporate more Gutfeld into our debunking rotation, just as a preview of things to come, largely because of that fact. Unfortunately, a lot of conservatives watch Gutfeld and find him hilarious, and I think we need to examine that phenomenon.
Good for you. And then number 2 is The Late Show with Stephen Colbert at the... Okay, it's...
Wait, I don't understand how Gutfeld is the most viewed. It's very simple. Fox is the largest and most watched network. They don't have any late night shows except for Gutfeld. So all of the old boomers who watch Fox News stick around and watch Gutfeld. It's just audience retention inside of the conservative bubble that they've constructed for themselves, right? It's like unlike Late Night with Stephen Colbert, where there are 5 or 6 different late night shows that all compete in that same time slot across, left-er leaning networks. Does that make sense? I don't know.
11:35 p.m. slot with 2.42 million viewers. And also, another important point, Colbert Show was the only late night show to grow quarter over quarter, according to this research, what they populated out for me. So it's not like this is...
Yeah, if only there was I don't know, some kind of way you could figure that out. If only someone had taken the trouble to write, I don't know, about the show ratings or nightly viewership, or if only people were doing that labor already.
The worst show on late night. It's not like, oh, he's ranked number 15 out of the 15 late night shows. This is really embarrassing. Outside of Gutfeld, he's number 1, and they still got rid of him. Based on that alone, that completely made me do a 180 of oh my God, okay, so this is a totally different thing. This is less about his show or him making a joke. This is about how the legacy media landscape is completely changing. The fact that a lot of these places, like, their numbers are dwindling. They might be getting millions of views a night, but 10 years ago, they might have been getting 10 million viewers a night when every
Man, if only there was a way to check. If only there was some kind of way we could get information easily and quickly on the internet. If only there's, I don't know, if only there was like some kind of company that had become synonymous with quick and easy ways to find what you're looking for on the internet.
Everybody would like sit around and watch these pundits. Even years before that, when entire families would gather around the television and watch these, prolific and famous and entertaining late night hosts, like, people's palates are just changing, especially with my generation, you guys, Gen Z, who, like, we basically consume all of our news and entertainment on social media or on streaming. Like, that is where we're going to for content. And so, again, this is not about Trump, in my opinion. It's not about Colbert making a joke. I literally just think it's that media is going in a new direction. And these legacy media companies, everybody that you see on cable, they are frantically having to figure out how to adapt. And that is a good thing. That's something that I've been talking about since we launched this new show, actually. As I was saying, so many people are going independent. They want to, own their own careers. They want to make their own shows. They don't want to be beholden to a company. And that's like on the creator side of things and the entertainer side of things. But it's also for you guys and for viewers, consumers like me. Like, when I watch content, I love watching, non-legacy media things. I love seeing independent voices. I think that's really exciting. And while legacy media will always, I think, be there and carry weight and be significant, what people are going to and gravitating towards is changing. And so therefore they are going to have to adapt and figure out how to catch up with the, changing times and what we as young people.
I mean, again, you're just talking about the new media versus old media. You're just talking about YouTube versus like YouTube and streaming services versus legacy television networks. Okay.
People want to watch, and this is just indicative of that. And it makes me wonder, what is going to happen to the rest of television? What is going to happen to the rest of cable? Like, we don't really, like, people don't subscribe to cable anymore, but then now you have bundles of streaming services, so you're basically like subscribing to cable anyway. So I'm thinking about all of that. And of course, I am also thinking about what the couple at the Coldplay concert is up to right now. That is the other thing that we.
Oh, okay. We're just unceremoniously transitioning into a completely different conversation. Okay. Like, I don't understand treating this like, oh, we don't know what the path forward is. Like, no, they're doing online packages now. They're bundling themselves up with, like, Comcast. They're doing deals with, like, the streaming services. Like, that is their adaptation strat. It's not particularly successful or interesting, but, like, that's what they're doing. And it's slow, right? Because they don't want to abandon their base of, like, older viewership right away, but also understand that, like, the decline in, like, people watching late night television is due to the fact that we can now watch literally anything we want on our phones instantly, or on a computer instantly, or on any television instantly. Like, there used to be a time where people would need to wait until it was late at night, and then they would watch the show, and it would just be that show. You couldn't pause it, and it was what it was, right? So, like, it's not that surprising that, given the fact that people have near limitless options on what to watch, where they can watch it, and when to watch it, people are making other choices than watching late night television that is time locked, So I don't know. Like, what I think the next challenge is just like that streaming services and media are basically becoming the new mainstream cable companies, and it's not particularly fun, and I don't like it. And the services just keep getting worse and worse. They charge more and more for ad-free experiences, and it sucks. And eventually that's all going to break down. What happens after that, I have no idea. But I don't know. God. All I know is I'm not going to rely on an AI to spoon feed me information that, if you have any kind of integrity as like a presenter of information, you would double check. You would like double check that information for accuracy, because again, it will just make things the fuck up. So, yeah. With that being said, segment done. We did it. We did it, everyone. Brett Cooper. Who'd have thought? Not me. Folks, we've been going for over 4 hours. If you've been enjoying the show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, like the goddamn YouTube stream, and please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. And folks, I don't run ads on my streams, at least on the live stream. Sometimes ads get like put on the live stream after it's aired, not by my choice, but because there's content that has like revenue sharing or something in it. So please consider supporting the show. Drop some subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. Because folks, you guys are the ones that allow me to continue doing this show and to live. And I appreciate each and every one of you when you drop those donos, because god damn it. I need to raise more money for that studio now. Today was a rough one, to say the least. Anyone remember Redbox? Wasn't there like some website that was selling like mass Redbox DVDs? God. K-Fox! What happened with the studio? Oh, the studio, the studio got like people, I got people in there working on the studio today, and they broke down the wall between the two storage rooms that we're going to use. And it turns out that while we had measured the dimensions of the room correctly, we had failed to account for the height of the room on both sides. And it turns out that one of the rooms is a full 2 inches lower than the other room we're trying to connect it to. And so it was a supporting wall. It's true. But we knew that wall was a supporting wall already. So yeah, so now we have to in order for the room to be finished, we need to get like a 2-inch not insert, but I don't know what the terminology is, like 2 inches of floor that is stable raised up, so that we can then put like flooring down over the now one room. Does that make sense? Oh, you are making a faulty towers reference? But yes, it was a supporting wall, in fact. There better be so much bisexual lighting. We'll work on it. We'll work on it. So the floor, you got to like build a corner. No, we got to build the... So like there needs to be a support like kind of structure in the room to like hold up the house so it doesn't collapse. And then it needs the floor built up, essentially. So the discovery of the height difference between the two rooms basically bumps the bill up about $2,000 to $3,000 more dollars. So if anyone would like to support stream extra hard over the next couple weeks, I would very much support that and appreciate it. Thank you. My IGA was selling the Redbox DVDs just a month ago. Such a good deal, too. got to raise the floor. It seems like, yeah, the contract, the guy, the project manager called me today and was just like, yeah, so we found out that the floors are different heights, and I was looking into leveling equipment, and I just want to tell you that that is not the way you want to go, because while I can get the equipment that is necessary to like level these two rooms, one, it's going to look unfinished, and two, the equipment is very expensive. So it would be astronomically more expensive for you to do this than just to put in like a floor, like a floor that unifies the two rooms. I looked into that for my garage to fix the slab. Very expensive stuff. Yeah. Are you adding a beam for the load bearing? Yeah, there's going to be again, I don't know what the terminology is, but there's going to be like a support beam like into the two rooms. He can't pour concrete. Unfortunately, the issue is that depth of concrete is not deep enough for the concrete to like solidify in a stable way. So kind of how he portrayed it to me was that 2 inches of concrete is going to crack and like kind of disintegrate because it's just not enough to hold it together for any long period of time. I literally live in a garage. There's a step in the middle because of that 2-inch gap. Yeah, and like the room isn't really big enough to just have like a step in the middle of it. Otherwise, I would just live with the step. But it just doesn't work logistically.
Have you tried raising the roof? Maybe making it rain?
Well, oddly enough, we had to move some plumbing, and that was done today, so that's great. And good news is it did not rain when they raised the roof of the plumbing. So we did look into raising the roof and making it rain, and luckily we decided against making it rain. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Appreciate you. Thank you for stepping up, supporting stream, being wonderful, as always. My ex was a carpenter, and I unfortunately know a lot about construction on old houses. Always a crapshoot, money pit, lots of surprises. Yeah, luckily, I honestly, one of the things I feel grateful about is that this is like the thing you guys found that's bad. That's probably a best case scenario for a house this old, but like, still, I was really hoping that we wouldn't need something like that. You know? Why not create a second wooden floor raised to the level you want? Use the gap underneath for insulation. That is actually what we're doing, Mithril Mist. So they're going to build like a 2-inch platform for that room, and then put down like a nice covering of like I think it's called like LVL, like laminate something or other planks. King header is the beam required. Oh yeah, no, that is what they were telling me. Beep boop. Yeah, LVP, thank you.
I live in the desert. A coworker's landlord raised the roof, then someone made it rain, and his roof collapsed, so he had to find a new place to live.
I can't tell if you're doing a bit or if there's actually a really big tragedy for your coworker. Either way, Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh god, K-Fox, same. My partner sent me a very beautiful, like, dark purple color, and I was low-key thinking about making the room that color. It'd be really, really cool. You know who else was a carpenter in the desert?
What did you use? RS?
What is this? I know nothing about faulty towers.
J.
No, 4x2. Not bad, Ada, and not
Okay, well, I wasn't expecting this horrific dildo-nosed companion here, but you know, let's push ahead, shall we?
expensive. No, I mean for the lintel. Did you use an RSJ? You know, an iron girder. Or did you use a concrete lintel?
no, a wooden one.
But that's a supporting wall.
What? Quite. Well, thanks very much for coming over this morning.
Just a minute. You mean that isn't strong enough?
That's a supporting wall, Mrs. Fordy. It could give way at any moment.
Any moment?
Yeah, gored up the floors above. Look, keeping this door shut so that I can get a screwjack to prop it up before the bloody lock comes in. I don't know, cowboys.
Basil? Basil!
I'm going to see Mr. O'Reilly, dear.
Why'd he steal the dildo gnome? Why'd he do that though? Oh, Basil, what have you gotten yourself into this time? Has Jack considered recruiting some experienced reno lesbians? At least half the lesbians I know have done or are doing renovation projects or are converting vans or boats. I mean, I've considered it, but also, like, it needs to be permitted work by the city because it's structural to the house.
Beat me to the joke, so I am bugging chat to join DSA instead.
Hell yeah!
I can help you get started. 9 shimps met in the Shimp Caucus tonight about the national convention. We're doing the things.
That's so fucking cool. So wait, GamerG, do you mean that we have 9 this community since I started, like, I don't know, 6 months ago, consistently calling for you guys to join DSA? We've got 9 delegates going to the national convention that represent their local communities from this community. Is that correct? No, only 1, but 9 discussing the proposals. Gotcha. I was about to say, like, damn. But honestly, the fact that 9 of you are interested out of, like, the 30 people in the Shimp Caucus, that's pretty good. Somehow my legacy in U.S. politics is Shimp. Not a bad legacy at all. I was one of the 9. Hell yeah. The Shimp Caucus, indeed. Whoo, baby, folks. I was going to talk about the Nelk boys stuff. I don't know have you guys heard about the Nelk boys a lot? I don't know if I'm on top enough about this topic to cover it. Like, maybe it's already come and gone. Maybe I missed it. Barely? Who? No? Okay. This is the first I'm ever hearing. What's a Nelk boy? All right. I guess we can jump into this. Feels like slop that will pass in 3 days. It's almost certainly slop that will pass in 3 days. But let's talk about it anyway. It's worth it. Boop. So, folks, there is a podcast called Nelk Boys, and it is a show about 2 as far as I can tell, two moron dipshits who spend their time talking with like sportsmen.
I have heard about the Milk Boys from my lobster daughter.
Not only can you take a load, you can take the ultimate load.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. So the Nelk boys are dumbasses. They're morons. They're simpletons. However, they tend to, how do I put this? They tend to dilly-dally in the world of professional sportsmen who are conservative. They're really into UFC and like fighting sports, and there's a big overlap between that and conservative media.
I use fancy button to say peanut butter. And I got to focus on work. Love y'all, Chat and Jack. Bye.
Bye, Caracal. Thank you for being a member for the last 8 months. Appreciate it. Yes, this is the Full Send podcast. We're going to be talking about that. Here is the intro to this, to kind of get you started, get you a feel for what the show's all about.
Before we get into it, if you guys have not tried out the Prize Picks app, you guys gotta try it out.
So, you know, you kind of get the idea, right? Like, you've got... Oh, God, why? There we go. You kind of get the idea. You've got, like, dumb asses interviewing, like, wrestlers, people drinking out of shoes. You got... You know, hey, have you considered sports gambling before? You've got, you know, hey, you know what? Let party with like us. We're just dipshits who don't know anything. You know, like it's kind of that type of content that appeals to a certain kind of person that isn't me, right? But like, they're people who are known for just being like fun dudes you want to hang out with. So let's jump ahead here to where this episode begins. You guys know. We'll skip the we'll skip the sports betting thing. This podcast was filmed on July 8th, 2025. Any events that occurred afterward will obviously not be covered.
This is fucking nuts.
This is so crazy. We are so not qualified to do this. That's what's interesting about this. We're just not. We just should not be doing this.
Well, we're too far too gone.
Here we have the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu. He's about to walk into the podcast right now. This is probably one of the most, if not the most controversial podcast we
for sure the most
have ever done.
Yeah, 100%.
Maybe not the most controversial we'll ever do.
Maybe not,
but
maybe though.
I mean, this issue is just like, and by the way, I want to say too, I'm not claiming to be an expert on this issue or anything like that. I've kind of just probably like a lot of you guys that, you know, you read stuff online. And I feel like on the internet now too, it's like, you don't even know what's real anymore. Like,
so yeah, these two dipshits decided to interview the Hitler of our times. And also, like, is it a bit that he doesn't know how to wear like a collar? Like, is that part of the joke? Is part of the joke that he looks like a rumpled, unprepared salesman who sold like one vacuum cleaner to his mom? Like, is that part of the bit? Is that part of the appeal? I don't know. Are we watching this entire thing? No, we're not watching this entire thing because, frankly, I don't have the stamina to do that. But like, I find it fascinating that they open it up and they're just like, yeah, we should not be doing this. Hey, we are not qualified at all to do this. Oh boy, are we morons who have no idea what we're doing. We shouldn't do it. But here we are doing it anyway. Let's go. Like, the vibes are already abysmal.
You read shit and it's like you see a headline and it's like, is this true? Is this not true? So I see so much stuff about, what's
we see a lot of stuff circulating in the media these days, or should we say Lugenpresse, and like, we don't even know what's true anymore. So we decided to interview Hitler to see and get to the truth of what's happening inside of these Jewish ghettos. We've been hearing a lot of different reports. Some people say, there's a lot of bad things happening in there. There are some reports that, there was an uprising, on the other hand, and maybe the ghettos are necessary for our mutual protection. We don't know what to believe, so we're asking Hitler about it.
I see, they're simple farmers, people of the land, the common clay of the New West. Morons.
Yeah, exactly. we don't really know what's happening, but maybe this Hitler guy can shed some light on what's happening in the concentration camps. He would never lie to us. I'm sure he's a straight shooter. Ha! Like, this, it's genuinely what they're doing.
going on in Israel and, Iran and Palestine. And to be honest, I just really don't know what is going on there. So it's going to be interesting to sit down with.
Yeah, it's going to be so interesting. I don't know shit about shit. And I haven't bothered to fact check our guest. So he can say literally anything and it won't matter. And we'll willingly platform it to over 1 million people.
Prime Minister Netanyahu and kind of just ask him some questions about what we read online and
get educated.
Probably going to be a lot.
Yeah, you know what's great? I love when I haven't read anything about this Hitler guy or his policies. Let's just talk to him directly, no context whatsoever. And, he'll educate us on the issues.
A lot of hate in the comments and stuff like that. In my opinion, I mean, dude,
we're journalists, right?
We're technically journalists.
How can you pass up this opportunity at the end of the day?
No, and plus, at the end of the day, it's like we get the opportunity to sit down with one of the most powerful people in the world, a world leader.
Yeah.
And we get to ask him some stuff, and we're going to ask him what we want to ask him too. So,
hey, so pro tip, if you want to sit down with a world leader, you've got to actually do your prep. You've got to actually understand what their policies are, why they're pursuing what they're pursuing. You actually have to give a shit, this isn't something you just wing. If you recognize it's important, then you got to do your homework and treat it like it's important. If you just showed up on your wedding day to your wife and were like, hey, I've never met you before, but maybe you can educate me and then we'll get married. That's not going to fly, dog. Not going to fly. And for some reason, you think it's going to fly here.
If you guys, want to hear shit, whatever questions you guys want to hear, there's probably a ton of other interviews of him on CNN or typical news stuff. We're going to ask him what we want to ask him. So to me, this is crazy. How far we've come, and we're get to sit down with world leaders.
Yeah, if Netanyahu comes to you and wants to do an interview, you really have to do some soul searching on what motivated him to do that. A world leader doesn't just pick a random podcast to go on. They pick that podcast carefully and specifically.
Yeah.
It's fucking insane. So.
Yeah. I mean, for any backlash, this is just an opportunity, again, you can't really pass up. I don't see it. There's no one else doing this.
Yeah, I don't give a shit. I'll sit down with any world leader in the world.
I agree.
I mean, my dream guest is Kim Jong-un.
Both of
Kim
ours.
Jong-un, if you're watching this.
This is kind of like
to come to North Korea and interview you.
All I could think about is the interview when we're doing this.
so
This is making me die a little inside. the sad part is I don't think they will ever realize how they fucked up so badly. Well, that's the thing. They are so pea-brained. They don't understand their role in this dynamic.
Go down to pull up to Moscow and interview Putin too.
Yeah, we'll do everybody.
This is what sets off podcasts. You could put a small microphone here, but no, you have to see this thing, right?
Yeah. Prime Minister Netanyahu with us today. We're here in the Blair House.
Yep.
Right? Is this the White House grounds?
Close.
Close.
It's the sort of the official guest house of the United States.
How have you seen like the White House and stuff? Like, how has it evolved over the years, over the times of you visiting it?
I've met.
That's where we're gonna start, huh? Wow, you've really visited a lot of places, Mr. Netanyahu. Can you explain in detail all of those places and how they've changed over time? This is like the evil version of Bill and Ted. Bill and Ted's most non-excellent adventure.
Quite a few of the American presidents because I've been in office pretty long time. Not because we don't have elections, but because I've won quite a few of them, okay?
This man tried to seize dictatorial power in Israel. Just a reminder, like a handful of years ago, tried to steal dictatorial power in that country. Like, again, if you know anything about anything, you bring that up. You bring up the fact that literally millions of Israelis were in the streets protesting his attempt to seize power.
I think there's never been a friend like Donald Trump in the White House for Israel. I think he's a remarkable leader. I think he's changing history. He said he'll make America great again. He's already done it. You know, America is widely admired now around the world. And especially after our joint operation against this regime that wanted to, chance death to America, death to Israel. Well,
why must you ruin all my favorite things tonight? You can still enjoy Bill and Ted. These people are just the worst version of Bill and Ted. Like, we can call them Till in Bed. You know?
I think together we've shown the world a different face of America. Very powerful, very directed. Very resolute.
You guys are very tight, right? Would you call it a bromance?
Well, you might. I mean, we've known each other.
Kill me. Honestly, a user in chat saying kill me with the username pretty big oof. I feel like that encapsulates my response to this as well. It is one pretty big oof and one plea for death.
Other several decades, and I really like him.
What do you like most about him?
If you meet him close up, and Sarah and I have had this opportunity.
I love how big his dick is. I just love it. It's huge, colossal. I said, wow, I've never met a man with 3 legs. And then I to my surprise, it went fully erect. Never seen anything like it.
Many times, including last night in a great dinner we had at the White House. First of all, Donald Trump can be very funny.
Of course.
He can be very funny.
Especially off camera, right?
He can, absolutely. He can split you sort of sit there and you start guffawing because it's so funny. And also, I'll tell you something.
You start guffawing, as one does to very funny jokes. Whomst among us hasn't guffawed? Wow, Benjamin Netanyahu is just like all of us. Wow. I hate this so much.
Something else. That's Sarah, who's a psychologist, and she, psychologists. Psychologists?
Of course.
They look at people. They identify.
Did Benjamin Netanyahu knows exactly what kind of show he's on and what kind of people he's talking to? Did you catch that?
I've actually, psychologists.
You know psychologists.
You know psychologists?
Of course.
They look at people.
He's literally not even sure they know what a psychologist is.
They identify very quickly with that. You know what you said to me about Donald Trump? You said he's a good person. He has a good heart.
I can't. Bring me literally anything else. How do you feel about Obama? How do you feel about Americans? Wow, some hard-hitting questions.
Questions are about Israel.
Well, first of all, they don't know what kind of an open society it is, how pluralistic. I mean, we live in the heart of the Middle East, okay? Iran is not that far away.
We live in the heart of the Middle East. It's an open society where gays can't get married, and anyone who's not, anyone who's Palestinian gets treated as a second-class citizen. It's a very open, pluralistic society, except when it comes to those filthy Palestinians and to the gays.
In Iran, they hang gays by cranes. In Israel, probably Tel Aviv is one of the, the most open.
In Israel, we just don't let them marry. We're very progressive that way. Sure, we don't let them marry, but we also don't kill them for public spectacle. We will, however, blackmail Palestinians living under oppressive regimes in order to coerce them to work with us, and then when we no longer have a use for them, we will release that blackmail and rely on the terroristic group Hamas to execute them. While we also support Hamas, we provide them money and aid in order directly to facilitate their political rise and continued dominance within any kind of Palestinian society. We do this because we just love the gays so much.
Liberal-minded city on earth. Israel is a high.
We visited there, yeah.
No, it's completely different.
Our assistant's gay too. He had a good time.
Well, you could vouch.
Yeah, no, we all had a good time.
So, look at that. How about women? Okay, women in Iran, they shoot the women. They shot this extraordinarily brave and beautiful woman, shot on the sidewalk because she showed too much hair.
Just gonna throw this out there. Hey, look, this is a woman named Shireen Abu Akleh, trailblazer who gave voice to Palestinians. Let's take a look. What happened to her, by the way? Oh, the Palestinian Al Jazeera journalist killed by Israeli forces on Wednesday was a veteran television correspondent who became a household name across the Arab world for her bold coverage of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. Huh. Well, let's click this link. What do you mean? What do you mean here? Let's take a look. Oh, Israeli forces have shot Al Jazeera correspondent Shireen Abu Akleh in the occupied West Bank. She was killed while covering Israeli raids in the city of Jenin. Huh. Well, that's strange. Let's see. Well, let's take a look. Oh. Let's take a look. What was the international investigation into this? What happened here? The UNICEF spokeswoman in the Middle East stated, "Farewell, voice of Palestine, and thank you very much for your courage, objectivity, and journalistic professionalism." International Federation of Journalists stated in an official statement that the testimonies of the journalists who were accompanied by Shireen Abu Akleh confirmed that her targeting was deliberate and systematic, and added that journalists wearing precisely defined press jackets were targeted by Israeli snipers. The Iraqi Journalists Syndicate also condemned the assassination of journalist Shireen Abu Akleh and called for an urgent international investigation to uncover the perpetrators. Because it turned out the IDF deliberately targeted her and shot her. But, you know, when Iran does it, it's the most heinous crime imaginable. When Israel does it, it's totally fine. Don't even talk about it, bro.
In Israel, women are, you know what women, I'll tell you what the difference is, okay? So I had this young woman officer in my military secretariat. You know, the prime minister has military secretariat, and usually has a general and it has staff assistants. One of the staff assistants was this young woman pilot, navigator, on leave from the Air Force to do this work in the prime minister's office. You know what she did now? She was flying over the skies of Tehran, you know, attacking this horrible regime that tyrannizes the women in Tehran. That's a difference.
Hey, just as an FYI, she was valiantly flying in the skies above Tehran in an unprovoked attack that killed hundreds of civilians, perpetrated by Israel. Like, there's not going to be any pushback on this because these people, these morons, don't even know enough to know what the dynamic was, who shot first in this conflict.
The women there get shot on the sidewalk, and an Israeli woman pilot.
Oh, well, did an Israeli woman pilot drop the bomb on the prison facility in Iran and kill over 100 transgender inmates? Did a female pilot do that? Is that good and progressive of Israel to have a female fighter pilot be the one to kill 100 transgender prisoners versus a male fighter pilot? Like, we're literally in the territory of female drone pilots, more female drone strikes, but like unironically being done by our generation's Hitler.
It helps liberate Iran, quite the women of Iran, and boy, that's a big difference. And that's
wait, 100 trans inmates. Did you guys not hear this story? I didn't cover it at the time, but here's Democracy Now! Iranian lawyer says 100 transgender prisoners died in Israeli bombing of Evin prison. Let's see. In other news from Iran, a prominent human rights lawyer reports some 100 transgender prisoners went missing and are presumed dead after Israel bombed Tehran's notorious Evin prison on June 23rd as part of its 12-day war with Iran. And Israel's strikes also hit Evin's hospital ward. Evin prison is well known for holding political prisoners, as well as for torture and executions. Following Israel's assault, detainees have been transferred elsewhere, but their loved ones' warned conditions remain dire. So, yeah. Really improved their conditions by killing them.
It's true of everything. It's true of nightlife. It's true of the startup nation, the incredible ingenuity and entrepreneurship, incredible freedom. Israel is a I would say is a paragon of freedom in an area that doesn't exactly enjoy freedom. And to have young Americans,
which is why he attempted to do like a political coup in Israel, you know, for the freedom,
march and support these mass rapists, these people who beheaded men, who burnt babies alive. I'm talking about the Hamas monsters. Is that their ideal? They don't know nothing. I mean, they don't know what they're talking about. And I want to bring that truth to them. So Israel is a great free society and the best partner that America has anywhere on earth.
Great people there for sure. When we visited, everyone was so welcome.
Like, do these guys really not understand how it comes across that like Netanyahu spews like a ton of lies at them, and they're like, yeah, Israel's really great, bro. Like, everyone was so nice to us when we were there. Like, how could Israel really be doing anything bad? Like, there's like a fucking McDonald's there, bro. People were really nice. I got like free fries when I was there.
welcoming, and people are inviting us over for dinner and stuff. But I see, like, that's the thing too. I'm not claiming to be an expert too, but I'll just read stuff on like X, and like people will say like Israel's killing babies, or like they're starving people.
That's completely false. In fact, the reason
My people's greatest strength is in taking our religious and cultural traditions and making them work everywhere across the globe. Why would we settle for Israel?
God. I don't know, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. So, as many of you know, the IDF, via their aid distribution sites, has been distributing aid, but also, and this is according to testimony from soldiers in the IDF, they've been getting orders to open fire and shoot innocent civilians coming for food, coming for medical supplies, coming for any of those things. And so it has started this endless cycle of making a horrific choice. You either go without food and slowly die a horrible, painful death, or you risk being shot and go to try and get food. Anyway, here is an update from today. Israel attacks kill more than 80 in Gaza as starvation intensifies. Let's see. Israeli attacks across Gaza killed at least 81 people, including 31 aid seekers since dawn.
We even made our bald spot covers and practice of not eating the desert shrimp mainstream. How crazy is that? Imagine what 5,000 years of curing tech would make.
Indeed. Imagine what not doing this shit would be. Like, this is... It's so fucking hard, man. Like... The number of people dying of hunger is steadily increasing, according to Nasser Hospital. Gaza is a horror show with a level of death and destruction without parallel in recent times, according to the UN Secretary of General. Yeah. It's really grim, guys. It's really fucking grim. Is the UN Hamas now? No, but like Benjamin Netanyahu has called the UN anti-Semitic in the past. I mean, like, I don't know. I don't know how you can say this when settlers were blocking aid going into Israel or going into Gaza. I don't know how you can say this when, like, literally every international aid organization that has poked their head into Gaza goes, holy fuck, people are dying. Like, I don't get it. It's just it's just beyond what the human mind can comprehend.
That feel when the game this war of mine is more positive and hopeful than reality.
Honestly. Gaza's been at risk of famine for months, experts say. Here's why they haven't declared one. But let's take a look here. Even though Israel eased a 2.5-month-long blockade on the territory in May, aid groups say only a trickle of assistance is getting into the enclave and that Palestinians face catastrophic levels of hunger 21 months into the Israeli offensive launched after Hamas attack on October 7th. Okay? UN says Gaza's hunger crisis is worsening. Gaza's population of roughly 2 million Palestinians relies almost entirely on outside aid. Israel's offensive has wiped out what was already limited local food production. Israel's blockade, along with ongoing fighting and chaos inside the territory, has further limited people's access to food. The UN World Food Program says Gaza's hunger crisis has reached new and astonishing levels of desperation. Nearly 100,000 women and children are suffering from severe acute malnutrition, and a third of Gaza's population is going days without eating. Ross Smith, the agency's director for emergencies, said on Monday. Netanyahu has a deal with a terrorist group to allow them to steal the food coming in, and the terrorists keep the food and sell some on the black market. Yep, that is another thing. They've been arming roving gangs within Gaza specifically to disrupt the logistics of aid distribution. Gaza's health ministry said Tuesday that more than 100 people have died while showing signs of hunger and malnutrition, mostly children. It's truly awful.
We have civilian casualties in Gaza is because Hamas were basically horrible murderers and killers, okay? Committed to our destruction.
So these guys actually did zero research. They actually did zero research, and this is the disgusting result of what happens when you do zero research with someone like this.
And your destruction. They say so openly. I mean, they say the big enemy, the real enemy, the great Satan is America. And Israel is the small Satan. But it's a small Satan that is standing in their way of conquering with other Iranian proxies, conquering the Middle East, and then we move on to you. So America is the great Satan, and America, needs to disappear. And we stand in their way. But
yeah, because Hamas was going to pose a real existential threat to America.
One of the things you have to understand is Gaza is the densest urban environment you can find, and Hamas,
it's the world's largest concentration camp. Yeah.
Hamas embeds itself in the civilian population of Gaza, the Palestinians, okay? We tell the Palestinians, hey, leave, because after they butchered us and raped.
Hey, just out of curiosity, how are the Palestinians supposed to leave exactly? Genuine question. What process is there to even get out of Gaza? Like, if you wanted to leave, how would one go about doing that? This is one of the things that, I would love a question about, right? Because there are no avenues to leave except death. That's it. That's the only way to get out. You're going to be stopped by the Egyptian military or border officials if you even make it that far in the first place. Unfortunately, they would just use an open border to do an ethnic cleansing. I understand that. But even in this formulation, there's no way for these people to get out and attempt to end their suffering and build a new life someplace else. That isn't an option available to them. So their option is slowly dying. And he's going on a mainstream American podcast to talk about how oh yeah, they
Our Palestinians, hey, leave. Because
we tell the Palestinians, hey, leave. You can't.
Because after they butchered us and raped our women and beheaded our men and burnt our babies, we have to remove this threat. So we come in to take care of the Hamas terrorists. But the Hamas terrorists don't leave the civilian neighborhoods. And we say to the civilians, we call them up because we have their telephone numbers. We say, leave, please leave. We
Yeah, they're very active cellular networks in Gaza. They're very stable and fully charged phones, always at the ready. After you've destroyed all of the power infrastructure in Gaza.
send them leaflets, millions of leaflets. Please leave. We do everything that is possible that no army has done. They want to leave. You know what Hamas does? They shoot them. You say, we want you to stay because we want to have civilian casualties, because then they can show it on CNN or all these other networks and so on and claim that Israel is deliberately doing this. We're not deliberately doing anything. We'd like them to leave. And in fact, successively during the war, it's been now a year and a half, they finally do leave, most of them. So we've minimized those casualties, but it's not because we seek to have civilian casualties.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Not deliberately doing anything. We'd like them to leave. And in fact, successively during the war, it's been now a year and a half, they finally do leave, most of them.
What is he talking about? Like, this is the level of lie that I'm actually... I'm a bit flabbergasted. There's no way for them to leave. But he's saying they finally do leave, most of them. There are like 2.2 million Palestinians in Gaza. The vast overwhelming majority of them are not members of Hamas. And also, they can't leave. So what are you talking about? Other than to say, well, don't worry, the people we're killing are all Hamas now. It's been so long, all the good people left, when that never happened. It's just a killing floor.
So we've minimized those casualties, but it's not because we seek to have civilian casualties. It's because Hamas wants them. They're willing to.
Look, the terrorist took a civilian hostage, so therefore we shot the hostage and the terrorist. Makes perfect sense.
We wanted them to leave, but they wouldn't, so we just have to kill them all, was also the excuse used for the HL cost.
Yep. There's a reason why I compare this man to Hitler.
Sacrifice their own children, their own families, both because they don't really care for human life, but also because they think it's very good propaganda against us. And if they just let them leave the war zone, get to the safe parts, safe havens that we've created in Gaza.
There are no safe havens. You told people to leave the northern half of Gaza to go to the southern half. And then you told people to leave the southern half to go to the northern half. And as people make the trek back and forth, you keep killing them anyway. And as they starve to death, as they succumb to malnutrition and dehydration and illness and infection, you kill them. Just leave to the safe havens, bruv. There are no safe havens.
No one would be hurt. And the minute Hamas lays down its arms, surrenders, maybe we let them leave Gaza, that's the end of the war. No one gets hurt.
What would your message be to Palestinians that just want to have like a peaceful life?
Get rid of Hamas. Help us get rid of Hamas. They torment you. They oppress you. They shoot you in the back of the head. If you want to leave the war.
Yeah. Hamas is the main evil here. Don't think about the fact that Israel, over the last year and a half, has killed exponentially more people in Gaza than Hamas ever has. Also, again, if these guys knew anything about anything, they would ask him here about the fact that, like, the Netanyahu government provided funding to Hamas specifically to support it and empower it to beat out any other potential peaceful political rivals that might seek to take its place. But they don't know shit about shit, so they can't ask him that.
Zone, they kill you. And if you say a word in protest, they'll kill you. If you're gay, you're in bad shape, really bad shape. And if you are a woman, you're chattel, you're nothing. You're property. That's the opposite of everything we believe in. We, I say, it's not only Israel, it's you. So we're the same.
How do you respond to, like, I'd say there's a lot of American support from the females, from the gays towards Palestine. So how does that make any sense?
That's, you know, gays for Gaza is like chickens for KFC. You know, I mean, that's insane. The whole thing is absurd. Chickens for KFC.
I mean, not if you value the fundamental dignity of human life. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I don't think genocide is ever acceptable. I don't think, like, you can. I believe in their right to life, in their right to live and build a life together, even granting that they're all bigots against me specifically. Even granting that, and it's not true, by the way, that is another lie. But even granting it, yeah, I don't support you killing all of those people. Like I'm sorry. And maybe this is just a fundamental difference, but I happen to believe that there is an inherent value to human life. I think human life is good. And what he's trying to put, what Netanyahu is trying to put forward there is that, in fact, there's some human life that is bad and needs to be extinguished. They hate you, so obviously you want them to die. I mean, that is the headspace of someone like this, a far-right conservative lunatic who is hell-bent on leading his country into a fascist death spiral. Like, that is the ideology he needs to have in order to support the kinds of things he does. Like, again, in his world, in his perfect world, the crime of hating him and his governance would be punishable by death.
KFC, right? Gays for Gaza, or you know, women for the women of Gaza. What are you talking about? You know, they're completely subjugated. They've got this death cult that is contaminated. So you can push this stuff on TikTok or whatever on the stuff, but you can't build peace or security on the the rocks. They'll crash. I mean, these things will crash on the rocks of Middle Eastern realities. You can only build peace on truth. And
I want one of these dipshits to be like, that doesn't make any sense or mean anything.
Reality, not on deliberate, falsified fantasy.
Why do they say Israel's like starving the people of Gaza?
Well, because we're trying to get the food in, and we let food trucks in, and guess what happens when we let them in? Hamas steals the food.
Yeah, how do you respond to your own ministers talking about a total and complete lockdown of the Gaza Strip? How do you respond to that? Because they've been saying they're not sending food in. They bragged about it openly for months. But now you're like, no, enough food has gotten in the entire time. No starvation happened. In light of all evidence and testimony to the contrary, based on the people who've been there to volunteer their time and their safety to provide medical and food aid to those in Gaza.
Takes the good chunk for itself, then sells at inflated prices. They jack up the prices, and then they sell the food to its population, to its hungry population, if they give them at all, and then use the money that they take from their own people to recruit.
Vincenzo, yeah, the IDF, there was a story in Haaretz specifically about IDF soldiers, based on the testimony of those IDF soldiers, being given orders to fire upon civilians coming for food aid. I remember the Flower Massacre. Like, there have been regular massacres against civilians trying to get food aid for months now.
More killers into their terror machine. That's what happens.
Why are more Palestinians not siding with Israel against Hamas then?
Well, up to now, they've been terrorized. But guess what's happened? Since we're beating Hamas, all of a sudden we see Palestinians rising. You have to see this to believe this, okay?
Uh-huh. They've all rallied behind Israel, and they believe in Israel's right to kill them. What are you talking about, bro?
And they say to Hamas, hey, you're not coming into my building. You know, you can't use my school.
What building? What fucking school? Where are these buildings still standing? Like, I remember talking about a year ago, and like 90% of the habitable buildings had been destroyed. That was a year ago.
This hospital as your command post, we're not letting you. And they start fighting them. Now we have actually armed conflict between Palestinians and terrorists. It was unimaginable a year and a half ago. But now there are Palestinians who rise up. And, you know, the more the better, because we can create a different future for Gaza. And we should also do something very simple that President Trump said, and it was brilliant. So that's my idea. That's how he cuts to the chase. He says, you know, at the end of this war, the people of Gaza should have the choice. If they want to leave for other countries, they want a freedom of choice.
Hey, by the way, just to take a look here. Here, this is from 5 days ago, this article. Okay? Israel leveling thousands of Gaza civilian buildings in controlled demolitions. They have run out of things to do in Gaza to destroy the capacity of the Palestinian people to live there. So they are systematically going block by block and destroying whatever ruins might be usable as buildings. Israel has demolished thousands of buildings across Gaza since it withdrew from a ceasefire with Hamas in March, with entire towns and suburbs, once home to tens of thousands of people, leveled in the past few weeks. Satellite images show massive amounts of destruction in several areas, which Israel's military command claims to have under operational control. Large swaths of it have been caused by planned demolitions, both to already damaged buildings and ones that appeared largely intact. Verified footage shows large explosions unleashing plumes of dust and debris as Israeli forces carry out controlled demolitions on tower blocks, schools, and other infrastructure. Multiple legal experts told BBC Verify that Israel may have committed war crimes under the Geneva Convention, which largely prohibits the destruction of infrastructure by an occupying power. An IDF spokesperson said it operated in accordance with international law, that Hamas concealed military assets in civilian areas, and that the destruction of property is only performed when an imperative military necessity is demanded. And, yeah, they definitely... I'm sorry. Like, the idea that entire civilian blocks represent an amount of Hamas infrastructure so sophisticated and embedded that you have to destroy the entire city block? Nah, that's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. The scale of the destruction can be clearly seen in the city of Rafah near the border with Egypt. And like this shot zooms out here. Just look at this. In recent weeks, Israeli forces and contractors have leveled large swaths of Rafah. An analysis of damage by academics Corey Schur and Jaman van den Hoek found the destruction of Gaza since April has been most concentrated in the region. Look at that. Like, they've just been systematically destroying the entire city, so that not even like a stone can be propped up to use as shelter. Like, I don't know, man. Controlled explosions, excavators, and bulldozers have obliterated whole areas. There are still people trying to claim this isn't the genocide. There are still people trying to claim, no, we're just destroying the entire city. It's not a genocide. Oh, sure, people might be starving to death and we might be shooting people at the aid stations, but it's not a genocide. In July, Israel's defense minister, Israel Katz, outlined plans to establish what he called a humanitarian city over the ruins of Rafah, with an additional 600,000 Palestinians being confined there. The plan has been widely condemned. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Olmert told the BBC that the proposal would be interpreted as being akin to a concentration camp. And I need to remind you guys, Gaza was already the world's largest concentration camp. What they want to do is they want to build an even larger, more concentrated camp in Rafah. Israel claims its military has operational control over large areas of the Gaza Strip, which are now militarized zones or have been under evacuation orders. BBC Verified has identified footage of infrastructure being demolished in 40 locations since the ceasefire ended in March. Video footage shows schools like this school in Tel Al Sultan being leveled along with residential and municipal buildings. You see it right there. Tel Al Sultan was one of Rafah City's most vibrant neighborhoods. Its densely packed streets were home to Rafah's only specialized maternity hospital and a center caring for orphaned and abandoned children. Satellite images showed that much of the area has been heavily damaged by Israeli bombing and artillery fire, but dozens of buildings had withstood the barrage. But by the 13th of July, the destruction had escalated, with even the shells of damaged buildings swept away and entire blocks torn to the ground. The hospital is one of the handful of buildings left standing. Similarly, demolitions are now underway in the adjacent Saudi neighborhood, once home to the city's largest mosque and several schools. One verified clip shows a tank moving along a street in Rafah while a digger works on the side of the road. Like, it's just... Look at that. Like, what are you accomplishing here? What are you accomplishing there? I'm sorry. Like, it's insane to me to platform this man and know nothing. No, this isn't terrorism. This is not terrorism. And I say that not because I'm saying it's good. I'm saying because terrorism is done with specific political aims to extract specific political aims from a population or from a government. This is not that. This is the seeking the complete and utter destruction of the people who live here. This is genocide. Because what is being demanded of both the government and the people in Gaza is their death. That's what's being demanded here. How did Israel become radicalized towards genocide? Genuinely curious. I mean, it's a confluence of different things, but it's largely propped up by a militant right-wing colonizer ideology that we call Zionism. You have this settler colonial mentality. It is inherently an ideology that subjugates others in the name of that ideology, in the name of that goal, right? It is at heart like a system, and we've seen it too. Like we saw like that David Thoreau, not David Thoreau. the British man who interviews people. You all understand who I mean. But he interviewed like the head of the godmother of like the settler colonial movement in Israel, and she was just cackling. She didn't view Palestinians as people, because in order to fully embrace the idea of what it means to build the greater Israel project is to also embrace the idea that Palestinians are lesser than you, and not just Palestinians, but Arabs in general are lesser than you. Also, just heads up, don't use the term Zio. I understand the impulse, but that's some straight up like Nazi shit. And I say that because it was made by David Duke, a Grand Wizard of the Ku Klux Klan. Yeah, Louis Theroux. Thank you, Pretty Big Oof. Yeah, Louis Theroux, The Settlers. Highly recommend you guys check out that that program, because it is eye-opening the extent to which these people have like commodified the system of stealing land from Palestinians. I saw that, and she just laughed when he said humans. Yes, she laughed in his face when he like implied that Palestinians are human beings. It's genuinely awful. So you have like this settler colonial ideology, but you also have a highly militarized society, you know, especially with like some of the conflicts that arose with different countries attempting to invade Israel. You have like this built-in militaristic hierarchy that pervades a lot of the society. You combine that with a settler colonial ideology, and that's basically like crack, right? Like you just supercharged the settler colonial mentality and like ability to carry it out, you know? If basically everyone is getting military training and then they go back to civilian life, well, there are going to be some of those people who are true believers in like this greater Israel project who go out there and with the barrel of their gun, take more land, settle more land. And as we know, all too well here in America, settling the American West was really just pushing people out of the American West with at the barrel of your gun. And if they came to try and kick you out or remove you from their land because they viewed you as an invader, the US military would show up and do massacres. You know? We've seen this dynamic play out in so many other countries around the world, but especially in the United States, we are familiar with this. And for some reason, a lot of people just are incapable of seeing that dynamic for what it is. Like, I think a lot of Americans in particular are comfortable, like, saying the conquistadors did genocides when they came to the Americas. I think a growing number of people are willing to say, you know, Christopher Columbus did a genocide to like Native Americans, etc. But I think far fewer people are willing to view the pursued destruction of indigenous people here in America as a genocide. A lot of people in America are willing to go to bat for Manifest Destiny to this day. And it's the same thing. That kind of commonality, the impulse to defend Manifest Destiny as good and just is the same kind of impulse that leads a lot of Americans to see like this kind of kinship with Israel, to excuse like the atrocities being perpetrated as just a necessary evil for their security. So it's it is enabled by us. The radicalization of the Israeli government is one that has been, basically been built in by the ever-present desire to grow in the settler colonial mentality and the militaristic nature of like their country. And I am, of course, providing like a simplified overview of this. Like it is more complicated than I'm making it out to be, but that is the broad strokes version of the answer I would give you.
Why are they locked in? Hell, we're not locking them in. Anybody could leave, but Hamas is locking them in.
Oh, and anybody could leave? Like, wait, so a Palestinian can like walk from Gaza City into Israel? Is that so? Something tells me they would just get shot dead for even attempting to do so, for even thinking about doing so. Paige Larson, thank you for subscribing. Really appreciate it.
Suppose they want to leave. They want to go to another country, okay? Why shouldn't they have the freedom of choice to do that? Because this is all upside down.
Okay, so they should all be able to go to Israel, right?
You know, the victim of this horrible terrorism is called the aggressor. The people who are oppressed by Hamas are seen as supporting Hamas. Give them a choice. Give them freedom. Give them a life and give them a future. They can't have that with these Hamas stormtroopers. But the amazing thing is, you know, I come here and I see these protests.
No, they're, you know, for some reason they're all just they all just want to die. So we're happy to kill them. Yep.
People who are protesting for Hamas and against Israel, they burn American flags. They not only burn the flag of Israel, they burn American flags.
This guy is an evil motherfucker. Hey, you know what? You have the God-given right here in America to burn the American flag. If that is your right, it is your constitutional right to free speech, and that has been decided by the Supreme Court. It is protected speech. This motherfucker is coming here from Israel to talk about how, like, oh, yeah, all these people who support not killing Palestinians en masse, they're also using their free speech in other ways that, you know, disrespect the country. It's like, yeah, that's because we actually believe in freedom here in America, unlike, apparently, in Israel.
Anti-American. They're not MAGA. They're not supporters. You know, who do they support? You know who they support? They support Iran and its proxy, Hamas or Hezbollah. What does Iran do? Just understand, people
Yeah, I talked about this not too long ago. I see your comment, Forlorn79. It reminded me. But remember, I did a video about how they changed how land ownership works in the West Bank, effectively eliminating all Palestinian claims on land in the West Bank outside of like some very small controlled areas. They stopped recognizing like the Jordanian like land deeds, and basically are saying the only valid deeds that show land ownership now are issued by Israel. Any previous deeds are null and void, effectively opening up a massive land grab for settlers in the West Bank. It's horrific.
who support Iran or speak on its behalf. Iran tried to assassinate President Trump not once but twice.
They were behind those assassination attempts?
They openly admit. By the way, they put out a price on his head, on mine too, by the way, smaller price. I'm not offended.
They actually put a price on your head?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Do you know what it is?
Do you know
yeah, it's smaller than his.
Dude, okay. I do have to appreciate that this guy is like has the look of like, damn, how much is the price on your head? Uh-huh. I have to do a cost benefit analysis real quick. Okay, all right. Thanks for saying that. All right, cool.
Actually put a price on your head?
Yeah, 2 days ago.
Do you know what it is?
Do you know
yeah, it's smaller than his, naturally. He's the president of the United States, for God's sake, okay? So they put...
All right, I can't really take more of this. It's just so fucking bad.
the highest population of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because a lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense. I mean, what?
You're tricking the Jews with your evil discourse magic. I think you call them arguments.
You want to defund the police? You want to have people go into stores and, rob them and be free?
Yes, I just want to double check. This is about Zoran Mamdani, right?
I'm just trying to figure it out too, because even in New York City, right? What's Zoran?
Yeah.
He's an anti-Semitic guy.
Yeah.
The highest.
Jesus Christ. These people suck butt.
I think the highest population of Jews in New York City. How's that even possible?
Well, it's possible because...
Well, also, the audio leaked just today of Andrew Cuomo talking about how Zoran Mamdani won the Jewish vote in New York City in the primary. So, genuinely, Benjamin Netanyahu looks directly into the camera and is like, it's because the Jews in America have been tainted by the evil leftist thought of socialism. It's genuinely insane. And again, because these stupid idiots don't know shit about shit, and they hang out with all these UFC fuckos, they're like, oh yeah, I heard Zoran was anti-Semitic, so yeah, what do you think about that?
A lot of people have been taken in by this nonsense.
Yeah. Yeah, Zoran Mamdani, he ran on free crime for everyone, right? God, I can't. I can't do more of this. I'm sorry. I am really sorry. That being said,
all right.
I do want to say shout out to Hassan for trying to talk to these stupid baby-brained morons.
All right, so you guys interviewed the Adolf Hitler incarnate, Benjamin Netanyahu, and now everybody's yelling at you guys, I assume, right? Is that what's going on?
Yes, we're getting definitely some yells.
Yeah. Okay, so first and foremost, who the set that up? Was it Miriam Adelson?
Well, we actually toured the White House right before, and he was in D.C. So it's kind of like a
someone
hand-in-hand
must
thing.
have. Benjamin Netanyahu wasn't like, I love the Nelk boys. I'm a big consumer of Happy Dad, and then was like, let's do this.
Well, we've had Trump on a few times.
Some of the communications team at the White House hit us up, connected us with their communications team, and presented us the opportunity to do it.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
And you guys were like, let's do it. Sounds great.
I mean, yeah, I can say it again. I've said it a few times, but I can't speak to podcasting as a whole. And, other podcasters, they'll have people on with just people they've had good relationships with, or their friends, or people they agree with. But with the Full Sun podcast, hate it or love it, right or wrong, if we ever get the opportunity to have a controversial guest on, we're never going to turn it down. Because in my opinion, what we want to do with the Full Sun podcast on is we're not afraid to have controversial people on. We're going to ask them questions. Sure, we're probably not the best at asking questions. We're not the best journalists. Never claim to be, so we might not be the best at pressing them.
Yeah, so maybe don't have literal Hitler on your podcast, bro. If you know that you're baby-brained morons who might actually be having a negative impact by platforming this person, don't do it. Stop. You could just not do it.
But in my opinion, it's up to the viewer to form their own educated opinion. We have someone controversial.
Yeah, look, we don't have educated opinions. It's up to all of you to be more educated and have opinions.
We ask them questions. I think people give us a little too much credit when they say, oh, you're platforming him. Or I think, sure, we have a young audience, but they're not stupid, and we don't think they're stupid whatsoever. And I think this podcast is a perfect example of that. If you go and read the comments, just because we have someone on, we're sitting beside someone, people aren't gonna be like, oh my god, Nelk's with them, I love this person. Yeah, wait, that's just not the way
I don't think anybody loves Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't even
I mean, what's very clear is that they just let him spew propaganda for like over an hour of things that were just not true. And like without pushing back, you can't rely on your audience to just like know what is true or what is not. And if you are there and you're buddying around with Netanyahu, your audience is going to be, especially if your audience is a fan of these guys, they're going to just believe the bullshit he's spinning. So you either have to push back or realize you're not equipped for it and don't do it. Like, I don't know, maybe like an equivalent here is like, you don't touch that hot stove. Like, if you touch that hot stove, you're gonna get burned. You're gonna get burned. If you're wearing like I don't know, some kind of oven mitt, you can touch that hot stove and be relatively okay. You know, you might even be able to do something about the hot stove. Like, I don't know. This analogy is falling apart, but you guys understand what I mean, right? Like, if you're unprepared, don't do that thing. It's pretty simple. Jack, I remember their old vids where they would go to random college classes and rip bongs in the middle of class. Yeah, I mean, I imagine that's probably why people enjoyed their content in the first place.
I even think American presidents like Benjamin Netanyahu.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
But and I don't think you can listen. I don't think you can platform the prime minister of Israel. That's not my argument. I don't really give a shit about that.
But
my question is, question is, do you feel like there is a culpability that you have? Because like, look, Donald Trump is a contentious figure, and obviously he's responsible for a metric ton of pain and violence as well, but so is every other American.
If you're confused about the chat, the on-screen chat is at riverboat.gg. If you go there, that's how you get to the on-screen chat.
President, that's one thing. But Benjamin Netanyahu is like unique in the sense that he's also a foreign leader. So I guess the question is like, you know, because he's getting something out of this, right? He's getting something out of this where he gets to, I guess, like try and humanize himself.
That's the thing that's on is we'll have anyone on. Like next episode, we're going to have someone on with the complete opposite ideology that we've already been planning before this podcast came out.
Who are you guys having on?
I mean, I'd love to hear your suggestions. We have from different friends. You could DM us after if you don't want to say them live, but we're talking to a few different people and we want to choose the right person to kind of represent, you know, the opposite side.
Okay, but Benjamin Netanyahu isn't just like a podcaster, you know what I mean? Like he's literally the prime minister that is a war criminal by the International Criminal Court. He's like literally branded as a war criminal. And it's unique because like the International Criminal Court is a European institution and they've never actually criticized an American or anyone who's an American ally in the past. So it's like he's killed so many children that even the International Criminal Court was like, damn, this guy sucks. He's literally like interviewing Adolf Hitler.
I think if you watch it though too, I think yes. I mean, I think me and Steiny could have pressed him a little bit harder, but we did ask him, what is your response to when people say you're starving children in Gaza? Do you think October 7th could have been prevented?
Yeah, but understand those are bad questions to ask him. Like those are really bad questions to ask that man because he's just going to lie. Like this is like two men who have never encountered the concept of lying before. These dudes are not ideologically evil. They're just really low IQ dude bros. I mean, I can buy that a little bit, but I think they're like slightly evil low IQ dude bros, maybe. Like they're pretty incapable of realizing what they did wrong, right? But like I do inherently distrust someone who's like, oh yeah, Zoran Mamdani, that anti-Semite. I'm sorry, when I hear that, I can't really conceive of you as having no ideology. I do agree that low IQ dude bro, though I don't like IQ. It's too let's move away from talking about IQ. It's a eugenicist term and I don't like it. But they are low intelligence dude bros, you know? And I just think that if you're talking about
when you're losing the argument to a himbo who has random women on his stream to watch Bensel Sharpener, you should not be streaming.
Okay, I might regret this. What is Bensel Sharpener? And thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Thank you for supporting the stream. And if anyone else would like to do so, more than appreciated when you guys do so. Really appreciate it. Nomi Sunrider, thank you for the $2 dono. Next guest, the Golden State Killer. Yeah, they fail to hold him accountable and let him escape before the police arrive. Oh, Ben Shapiro. I should have known that, but you know what? Genuinely in this space, sometimes I encounter terminology and then it turns out like Bensel Sharpener is like a Flash indie game where like a character got transformed into a pencil sharpener and now they must sharpen a certain amount of pencils every day, otherwise they die. And like in more and more challenges occur around the mechanics of how you actually sharpen the pencil. You can get upgrades. Like, look, I'm just spitballing here, but that sounds kind of plausible, right? Like just a little bit. I don't know. Their next guest is Nick Fuentes. That also sounds very plausible. You should have known that because there's been multiple donuts. I did look.
Broke cause bills, so do no and
Yo, Cannabub Rex, thank you very much for the $5 dono, but I really, really appreciate that. Can you note that game idea down? I'm always looking for ideas. I'm not okay. Let me I can't note that down. But character transformed into a pencil sharpener. They get more and more demanding demands on pencils they sharpen every day. Need to upgrade yourself. Maybe it's an idle game. I don't know. Well, we'll figure it out. Did you date the washing machine yet? We haven't played since last time we were on stream. Anyway, sorry, that was a tangent.
Are you trying to implement regime change in Iran? Like, Americans don't want another war with regime change. So we definitely did ask him some questions that I think people wanted to know.
Okay, what did he say? I mean, of course, he said
for starving children in Gaza, he said that they bring the food in and Hamas steals it and then sells it.
That's a lie. You know what I mean? Like that's so.
Right.
So here's the thing.
What's your opinion? So, Son, you got to remember that one side's going to say one thing, and the other side's going to say it's a lie.
I don't think you guys having a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu is the interesting point of contention here for me, at least. Like I mean, I think it's in and of itself, it's like worthy of scrutiny because it's like, you know, you guys, it's like interviewing Adolf Hitler. Like, would you interview Adolf Hitler during the Holocaust if you had the opportunity? Probably not, right? And we had less information on the Holocaust while it was happening than we do on this modern iteration of a genocide because we get to see it in real time because we have the internet.
Okay, so wait, what's your response to what he answered us? You didn't even talk about that.
It's a fucking lie. No human rights organization that works on the ground from the UN to the World Food Program has ever agreed to the Israeli position that this is all Hamas stealing aid or whatever. As a matter of fact, they've openly said that is not the case at all. It's just a way for Israel to continue.
Schneider was a hot chick. Then he was a stapler. But now, he's about to be a pencil sharpener. He's about to find out just how hard that can be.
I feel like I need to read that in like a more dramatic way. Rob Schneider was a hot chick. Then he was a stapler. But now he's about to be a pencil sharpener. And he's about to find out just how hard that can be. Rob Schneider is Pencil Sharpener. Coming this fall, 2025.
Justifying its starvation policies against the entire civilian population of Gaza so that they can...
damn, that's also good. Rob Schneider in 3-hole punch.
Claim that like, oh, Hamas is just like stealing this aid. They've never actually given
I know you didn't mean anything by the low IQ thing. I think a lot of people just don't really think about it in a eugenics way. But I always, whenever someone brings up IQ, my initial gut response is, that was a test designed by a French teacher to assess the reading capabilities of his 4th grade students, and then racists co-opted it for general intelligence assessment. And like, it's hard for me to forget that. It's just the mental association I make. So I want to make sure people kind of know it's bullshit.
Single piece of fucking evidence for this. It is just a claim that people have to supposedly take at face value because Israel said it. It's a lie.
What's the other side's proof? Just so we can play both sides here.
Well,
there are literally videos of like Israeli settlers blocking trucks of food aid from getting into Gaza. There are literally Israeli government officials on the record talking about how there are blockades on aid getting into Gaza. Like, what are you talking about?
As long as we're not talking about the IQ, the bootleg N64 Chinese console.
Oh man, Socket Tanuki, you're threatening to get me into so many different tangents right now. Thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs though. I remember. Just as an FYI, folks, if we're gonna talk about different vaporware games, not vaporware, but like strange things when it comes to video game consoles. Anyone remember this? Anyone remember this? The goddamn Zebo, and it's boomerang controller. Because I sure as hell do. Look at this thing. It's awful. It's genuinely terrible in every way. The form factor is so bad. And now one of these can be yours for the reasonable price. The reasonable price of $1,500. Huzzah! Huzzah! You too can have a Brazilian like knockoff console. Let's go.
The other side is not even like the side of the Palestinians. I'm not even offering the side of the Palestinians. The Palestinians obviously think that that's bullshit as well. But the other side is an unbiased third party. The World Food Program is not, on board with Hamas. The World Food Program or the UN is not Hamas or anti-Semitic or anti-Israel beyond, the obvious reasons why you would be anti-Israel because they're doing these things and then lying about it.
So what's your overall opinion of us? Like Kyle just stated that we're having a world leader on. That's what we're more focused on.
I think it was dumb. I'll be honest, because it's not.
But you would do the same thing, Hassan, if you had the opportunity. 100%.
No, I mean,
Sure,
there's a difference though. I'm well equipped to have a conversation with Benjamin Netanyahu because when he says something like that, I can turn around and be like, well, the World Food Program has said that there is no evidence to suggest that Hamas is stealing aid. Whereas you don't have that follow up in that situation. And Benjamin Netanyahu knows that and his team knows that, which is precisely why he went on the Nelk Boys podcast and he didn't go on, my stream or something. And I don't even know if I would honestly have a conversation with him if given the opportunity.
In my opinion, I think that, like, for example, I think Trump is really good on a podcast. Like, obviously, that's why he did his whole talk. I mean, he's clearly a good speaker. Like, you can't deny that. But I think, in my opinion, just because we platform someone, it doesn't necessarily.
I'm sorry. You think Donald Trump is a good speaker? Are you kidding me? I just he's such a good speaker. Here's one of his lines. So we had a big day in the stock market. Things are coming back, and they're coming back very rapidly, a lot sooner than people thought. But then the virus came in, and the world is a different place. But we're now getting back, and one of the reasons the market's doing so, it's almost at the point that it was prior to the plague, almost. Like, this is not a good speaker. A good speaker doesn't sound like this. What he is charismatic. China has 1.4 billion people. We have 325, probably 325 million approximately. Nobody can give the exact amount. We're trying to get an exact amount, but you have, over the years, many illegals who've come into the country, so it depends on how you want to count it. Like, that's not a way that someone formulates a sentence.
Very necessarily equate to like a positive outcome for the guest. And I think this is like a perfect example of that. Like, this could even be a negative thing.
No, I think in the grand scheme of things, like it's not moving the needle because Benjamin Netanyahu gets positive coverage from every outlet. He gets positive coverage from every outlet. So you guys are marginal in that regard. It's not like all that significant. But if you're looking for
That's what I'm trying to say though.
What do you mean?
Like if Fox News has him on and they're more supportive of him than we have him on. CNN
Yeah, no, that's why I'm saying it's marginal. Like
how do we divide that?
you having him on is marginal as opposed to like him going on Fox News, MSNBC, CNN, CBS, all of those other outlets. And
the issue that I have is that like the people who watch those outlets don't watch Nelk Boys. The people who watch Nelk Boys are like children and dumb fucks. And like, there's nothing wrong with that. You know, children and dumb fucks need content, right? But also, if those children and dumb fucks are that exposed to a guy who's just spewing lies about a genocide, and then they come to believe the lies, that's actually really fucking bad.
And then not just Benjamin Netanyahu, but like Israeli envoys going on CNN every night and saying, well, we blew up this, mosque, or we blew up this church because Hamas was in it or whatever. That is ultimately playing a role in crafting this elaborate narrative that Israel is always in the right. Israel has a right to defend itself and that they have to do these things. They have to contextualize this violence. Like all of that plays a much larger role. You guys just basically are presenting a similar perspective that you get from CNN or Fox News, but now to a younger audience that's going to look at, I guess, maybe Benjamin Netanyahu and be like, he's a chill guy that you can hang with, but I don't even know if he's capable of doing that.
Wait, Hassan, here's kind of where I disagree with you. Is if you watch CNN or you watch Fox News, you kind of know what narrative you're looking for. And with us playing that neutral ground, you don't.
With us playing that neutral ground, you never know what you're going to get. We're like a box of chocolates. Have you seen the movie Forrest Gump, Hassan? We're like that. We're like Forrest Gumps. Two Forrest Gumps doing a podcast together. And, sure, we don't have any political ideology, but, we have had Donald Trump on several times. No political ideology whatsoever, but we have platformed the current Republican president of the United States multiple times on our show. No ideology here, though, Hassan. Just gumping.
Know what you're going to get, right? So that's the differentiator. And like we told, I don't know if Kyle mentioned this earlier, but we're having a pro-Palestinian on as our very, very soon here. So
I don't know who you guys are having on, but I mean, it depends on.
What I'm trying to say is like, how are we, if we're a neutral podcast, how are we anything like either side? If you know what you're going to get when you tune in.
Again, they don't understand the issue. They're just defending what they did. Like that's.
Well, no one is fully neutral in that regard, right? Because like that's why I asked, like, if Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, would you interview him?
Honestly, I don't know. That's a tough question.
Like, why you said there's no one you wouldn't interview, but you're saying, it's too soon after 9/11 to interview Osama bin Laden. 24 years after it happened. It's too soon to interview bin Laden. But You're fine interviewing the guy who's doing an active genocide right now. God damn it.
If Osama bin Laden wasn't dead, yeah, of course. And the same for, but it would be contentious in the same vein as the Benjamin Netanyahu interview. Like there are people that I interview that the American audiences would consider.
If you got bin Laden, you'd never be able to grill him because you would have had to go to Afghanistan. You would have missioned to a cave and.
Well, if he was alive, the logistics of interviewing him would have been really hard. So we never would have done that because that's difficult. Like, okay.
No, I mean we're setting up a hypothetical scenario where bin Laden is able to like connect.
Oh man, K-Fox, I do buy the dumb act. I just think that you can both be dumb and have an ideological position. I don't buy their presumed neutrality that they keep trying to like put forward. I don't buy that for a goddamn second. But I do buy that they are morons.
Via Discord, you know what I mean? Like obviously, I'm not gonna interview bin Laden with a gun trained on my head. That would not be a situation. Like that would not be the case. He's dead anyway. In the hypothetical,
well, I mean,
would you be able to?
We interviewed him in the White House with 20 people standing around us in suits. We didn't know who they were, so it's almost.
I think in that
not the same situation,
a little
but
different.
yeah,
I mean, respectful.
Okay, so my point is, would you be neutral with bin Laden in the same way that you're like a neutral podcast?
I think we would. Yeah, we would do our best to ask him tough questions.
Okay, all right.
I think
what
there's
about
a sense
ISIS?
of understanding too, right? Well,
what
it's not. I think
about
there's-
Adolf Hitler?
I think we'd always kind of play the neutral role.
You would play a neutral role interviewing Adolf Hitler. I don't think that's the case. I think you're just saying that right now because you want to.
We're just not the best at grilling guests and pushing back on them, to be honest.
We're just not equipped to do this. Then don't do it.
Like I said, we're not claiming to be good journalists. Like we can ask a question, but when it comes to like a follow-up question, I'll be honest, we're not the most like I've never claimed to be super educated on this.
Hassan, you haven't even watched the podcast.
I haven't. I have.
You haven't even launched a podcast, bro. You haven't even done a podcast. You don't understand the kind of pressure we're under. You don't understand the kind of pressure we're under to deliver on the podcast front, okay? Like it's a really high stakes, high reward situation. And when the modern Hitler of our times comes to your doorstep and says, "Hey, you want to do an interview?" You say yes, and then you don't do any preparation, okay? You just go in, act natural, and you're completely unbiased. And because you don't know anything, you can't ask follow-up questions. Gets you off the hook every time. All right? We're 100% of the time every time. Do they have any idea what they've done? No, I don't think so. Or at the very least, if they have an inkling of what they've done, they are attempting to play the "we're too dumb to have actually understood it." Please forgive us because we're idiots.
Haven't had time. I don't know what kind of questions you guys ask, but I assume.
Wait, listen. The first few minutes is us sitting there like, "Yo, we are not qualified to do this. This is insane." We acknowledge the fact that, yeah, you're right. We're not the best journalists. We're not the most fit to do this.
Then don't
but the
do
fact
it.
that we had an opportunity to interview a world leader, two guys like us, we're gonna jump on that just as I know you would. So
Yeah, but the difference is the difference is like if there was a situation where I felt like I was ill-equipped for the task, I would just not do it. You know what I mean?
Like I have disagreements with Hassan, but like, dude at the very least has like a decent understanding of how the world works and like what you should do when you encounter a limitation like that. You either go, "Oh, I have this limitation. Let me grow beyond that. Let me pursue a betterment of myself so I can actually, be up to the task next time this opportunity rolls around." And then you say no, right? These guys don't have that. These guys have given up on bettering themselves.
I didn't say we're ill-equipped, but I said there's people probably more fit.
I mean, this is a unique opportunity. You have an unprecedented
the
opportunity.
Full-time podcast is. I'll be honest. No. Let's be honest. The Full-time podcast.
Also, okay, real quick. I've launched multiple podcasts. I produced multiple podcasts. I understand they're a lot of work. They're not so much work that like these guys couldn't have like gone and read a book about the subject or something. Like these guys had I guarantee you these guys could have demonstrated some more intellectual curiosity. They just don't care. It is willful ignorance. True. Yeah. A disgusting level of willful ignorance. Absolutely, Winnie Rose.
This is never going to be the best line of questioning. Like, I'll be honest. That's the honest truth. Let's be real here. That's exactly, and that's why they choose us, and that's why the show is what it is, because we're kind of dumb and we're not the best. We're not.
Let me ask you guys this: Is there a person?
The podcast is what it is.
Is there a person that you guys wouldn't interview? Because like we're also like now stuck on whether you guys should be interviewing Benjamin Netanyahu or not. I think if someone is
in today's age, like right now, I think that's a fair question to ask. Right now,
Wait,
like
what's-
I'm talking about right now.
You guys speak to people that are alive, because
You can't
going back in
speak
time.
historically.
Yeah.
We're saying right now because that's pretty much where we're at. So
Like-
if we could interview anyone right now, like who would we say no to? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah.
I can't think of someone.
Okay, so like even out of like because the reason why I have to go back to historical figures that have conducted genocides is because like Benjamin Netanyahu is doing one right now, and he's not even the singular force of evil
That's
here.
what you're talking about hypotheticals, bro. That's where you.
You're talking about hypotheticals. I can't understand those. All right, that's too many syllables. You need to break it down a little bit.
Me because you're talking
Well,
about
I mean, the reason why is trying. Well, I'm using this as an
What do you think about having
analogy.
Putin on? Like Tucker Carlson had Putin on. Other journalists have.
Yeah,
there's
Tucker
war in
Carlson.
Russia and
Tucker
Ukraine.
Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, and when Tucker Carlson had Vladimir Putin on, he did that in a capacity to do propaganda for Vladimir Putin. For sure, he didn't push back at all. He was there. He was in Russia, and he did it.
Vladimir Putin and his stupidly fitting pants. Look at these. Look at these. Your pants are almost at your knees. It's disgusting.
Specifically, so we could do.
You really can't. You really can't in that situation.
I know, but that's precisely why, like, sometimes it's better not to take that opportunity. You know what I mean? That's my position.
Like for the
And even then, Tucker Carlson, I can't believe I'm saying this, but Tucker Carlson is still more equipped to at least have like follow-up questions. Like, think about the Ted Cruz interview that he had. Like, he obviously is.
Yeah, of course. Tucker's the man, in my opinion. But one.
Very neutral boys.
I watched that Putin interview. Like, I thought Putin was like dodging questions, and he like didn't answer anything. So that's what goes back to my point of like platforming someone. And I think just because we have someone on, it doesn't always mean a positive for the guest. And I mean, if you go read this comment section, like, I don't think this is necessarily a positive thing for Netanyahu.
Yeah, but it's not a positive thing for you guys either, because
Yeah, it's not a positive thing for these guys. They look really bad. Like, I know nothing about these guys. This is the first time I'm hearing about them. And I find them abhorrent. I find them disgusting. You know, I think any sane individual watching that interview would feel the same. If they know anything about anything that's happening right now in Gaza, they are going to feel intense and abiding disgust.
most of your audience is probably already anti-Israel and anti-Netanyahu. So now they're yelling at you guys.
That's
so
fine,
now
because I can sleep at night knowing like our intention with this, and you know, we're not pro-Israel. I'm not pro-Israel. I don't know enough about this conflict, to be honest. I only see what I read online, and I hear his point of view, then I hear your point of view. I really have no idea what's going on. I'd love to learn more, but
yeah, but I think you got to do that before you do an interview. Look, my point is this:
Okay, wait, but hold on.
what you guys did, what you guys did is, from my estimation, okay, what you guys did is no different than like what CNN does. Okay, you just basically presented someone who is a war criminal, someone who is doing a genocide, in a somewhat neutral light.
What's your go-to at McDonald's?
No, I'll tell you, Burger King. We did the double,
Whopper?
The
I haven't ripped Burger King in a long time.
Burger King kind of sucks.
Yeah.
No,
the,
you're wrong.
the BK Lounge can hit.
I disagree completely.
You like Burger King over McDonald's?
That's your worst take, I think.
Absolutely.
That's a crazy take.
No, that was fine. I mean, I like Burger King. The answer is yes.
And you can't be
there is going down and giving head on an interview guest, and then there is just full on presenting your asshole. And like genuinely that's we're just at a next level of submission. Like I've been to kink events with with people who could only dream of being this submissive. Like I'm genuinely shocked. Are we truly cooked? No, we are not truly cooked, but there are some people in this country who just truly don't give a shit. Like, man, just like, I don't know. Like, I feel like it's not asking that much. If you know that you're about to interview Benjamin Netanyahu, you fucking open up his Wikipedia page and like go down to the controversy section. Like, I don't know. Like, you knew this was happening in advance. This wasn't like a spur of the moment type thing. And even if it was, you still have time to like look at your phone and be like, okay, these are some of the things that people are mad at him about. Let's actually ask him questions and then listen to his answers and then ask follow-up questions. Yeah, it really is like a So Hitler, do you like schnitzel or do you like bratwurst more? What makes your heart glad and happy? Hey, I heard you're a pretty great painter, Hitler. What are you more into who's your favorite painter? They said during the interview they were seeing comments on X, so I think that's their research. Yeah. Honestly, these are probably also guys who have like AI write their interview questions. God. I think I'm just about done with this. Like I don't know. I think I'm just done. I think I'm just done right there. Like I think that is basically that's basically where we're at. These guys don't have the capacity to even acknowledge that what they did might have a negative impact on the world. You know? Like these guys are willfully ignorant and blind to what is happening. They don't give a shit about it. Like to them it's just a numbers game. Like it's a no-brainer. You got to interview Netanyahu. Like I mean people know who he is, man. You have him on. It's just like having on like any kind of conservative like sportsman. No different, man. And it's just like they don't understand. They have political biases, obviously, and they've demonstrated them repeatedly, but it's I don't know how to I don't know how to like continue this. Like it's very clear we're out of like
people are,
sorry. We're out of like any kind of reasonable discourse on this. Also, their podcast has over 2 million subscribers, so that's awesome.
I mean, it's like
I'm just one last thing. Let's take a look here. Unsubscribed. I miss when YouTube used to show dislikes. This was pitched to Netanyahu like, don't worry, these guys are idiots. You can use their platform to push whatever propaganda you want, and they won't push back on anything. True. Hey, it's the guy who's been running American foreign policy for 30 years. You guys didn't question him once. This is crazy. We are not qualified for this. We should not be doing this. Maybe listen to yourself next time. Like, god damn. Use these guys. Giving a war criminal a chill podcast is not a flex, it's complicity. Israel are so desperate for positive PR, they sent their prime minister to podcast with a bunch of pranksters, asking him if he prefers Burger King or McDonald's while people are starving. This is insane. You know, I'm really glad there are like some sane people in the world. I never thought I would see the day that YouTube comments restored some of my faith in humanity, but here we are in completely topsy-turvy land. Up is down, down is up. It's genuinely I'm beyond.
Oh no, Mehdi Hassan, what a fucking nightmare, Netanyahu.
Oh god. Tomorrow I want to go over the Mehdi Hassan Alan Dershowitz debate, because that exists, and I feel like in light of recent Epstein events, Alan Dershowitz trying to debate Mehdi Hassan is extra funny. So we'll do that tomorrow. I gotta be done. I gotta be fucking done tonight, because I think the Nelk boys broke my brain. And honestly, you can't, sorry, one last thing. You can't interview Benjamin Netanyahu and like call yourself Nelk boys. You can't do that. You've become Nelk men. All right? You've become Nelk men. You have to take responsibility for your actions now. God. Also, Socket the Nuke, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciate you. And also, folks, if you enjoyed the show, please hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button. We are currently 10 follows away on Twitch from hitting 12,000 followers, which would be just kind of neat, because it's been a long time coming. And also, please subscribe, hit the like button. I think we're also like only a couple of subscribers away on YouTube from hitting a larger number. Hey, we're at 14,309. Let's go. Good job, everybody. That being said, hit the subscribe button. Consider dropping those subs and donos, because, folks, you guys make this show possible.
If I ever got that war criminal on, I'd totally swap with Mehdi.
I mean, honestly, that is one way you could do what the Nelk boys did. You set up an interview with Benjamin Netanyahu, but you instead, Mehdi Hassan shows up. That would be fascinating. That would actually be subversive and cool. That is the way you handle that. If you look at yourself and you're like, I don't have the tools to interact with this person, you grab someone who does have the tools and you fly them out there, and like, that is way better content. God. Anyway, folks, I will see you all tomorrow. And we'll do more cool stuff together. if given the opportunity, would you be willing to interview Netanyahu? What about bin Laden and Hitler? No. I don't think so. You know? I don't think I have the tools or the training to interview like Benjamin Netanyahu or Osama bin Laden or Hitler. You know? I would, however, be willing to do like a oh no Sam Cedar type situation. Like I would put my trust in someone with a lot more experience than I have. I'm not inherently opposed to those ideas, but I'm not particularly adept at hostile interviews. That's not like a skill that I have developed over the course of like my doing media. Like, I like having normal conversations with people who have done interesting things or do interesting things. I like that a lot. I like being intellectually curious about what people are doing. I'm not particularly adept at, like, interviewing a hostile guest, which is what you would have to basically assume about any of those guests. I think that like I would, if I had the preparation and if I felt more confident in my abilities to handle that, I would absolutely do it. But I don't think I'm there yet. I'm still cooking. I'm still cooking my skills. Jack is, of course, selling herself short. I mean, I'd be really fucking nervous about it, but I think that I can develop those skills. Maybe this is why I need to introduce the long foreseen Rumble stream so that we have an influx of conservatives for me to debate. I don't know. I think that'd be fun. But I think I would need to build up those skills more. You know? Anyway, sorry. We've been going for over 6 hours, and I'm still so angry. God. All right, folks, do the things, hit the buttons, and I will see you all tomorrow, folks. Bye.
Put it there, boy, and we'll show these fascists what a couple of hillbillies can do. Well, I'm going to tell you, fascists, you may be surprised. People in this world are getting organized. You're bound to lose. You fascists bound to lose.